والسلام على أشرف الأنبياء والمرسلين نبينا محمد عليه أفضل الصلاة وأتم التسليم. سعادة الحضور، شركائنا الأعزاء، الزملاء والزميلات. اسمي عبد الرحمن الحناكي، واليوم بكون مقدم لمسابقة زمالة مسك، وبالنيابة عن فريق العمل والمؤسسة أحب أرحب فيكم في مقر مؤسسة محمد بن سلمان مسك لرؤية تعب واجتهاد الزملاء في ال11 أسبوع الماضية معنا في مسابقة زمالة مسك في نسختها الرابعة. طبعا هم تعبوا معنا لمدة 11 أسبوع وكان كثير من المساعدات من شركاء النجاح اللي هم اليوم معنا، اللي هم وزارة الاتصالات وتقنية المعلومات، مدينة الملك عبد العزيز للعلوم والتقنية، منشآت بين كومباني UNDP، هيئة تنمية البحث وتطوير الابتكار. فشاكرين ومقدرين لهم لأنهم كان لهم دور كبير في نجاح هذه المسابقة، فتحية لهم، يستاهلون، يعطيهم العافية. طيب، والآن قبل ما نبدأ المسابقة حابين نتعمق أكثر بخصوص زمالة مسك. ما هي زمالة مسك؟ وحابين نتعمق أكثر أيضاً بخصوص مسابقة زمالة مسك. فرحبوا معي مع مدير القيادة المبكرة، برامج القيادة المبكرة، المهندس محمد الزيد.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته جميعا. مساكم الله بالخير وحياكم الله. طبعا دائما إذا شفنا الزملاء والزميلات المشاركين في البرنامج دائما يعطونا طاقة إيجابية لبذل المزيد من العطاء وأيضا تطوير البرنامج لنسخ أفضل وأفضل. قبل ما ندخل في تفاصيل المسابقة أبغى بس أعطيكم سياق عن برنامج زمالة مسك، كيف بدأ، وأيضا ما العناصر اللي يتعلمون من خلالها الزملاء والزميلات. أكثر من 60% من خريجين الجامعة يحصلون، أو أكثر من 60% من الذين يحصلون على عروض وظيفية قبل التخرج هم من لديهم خبرات تطبيقية أو خبرات عملية، بينما أقل من 40% منهم ليس لديه خبرات عملية. طبعا نبغى نعرف إيش السبب، ليش إذا كان عندي خبرة عملية ليش تزيد فرصي بشكل كبير جدا في الحصول على عرض وظيفي جيد قبل التخرج؟ الجواب الحقيقة بسيط جدا لكن معناه كبير. السبب بكل بساطة هي تسارع وتيرة الاقتصاد الحديث، وأيضا تسارع وتيرة التحول الرقمي. فأصبح بالنسبة للطالب اللي في الجامعة غير كافي أنه، أو الوقت غير كافي أنه يدرس وبعدها يتخرج وبعدها يبحث عن تجارب تطبيقية وبعدها يتوظف، وأيضا أثناء بداية الوظيفة يتعرض إلى اللي هي الأون ذا جوب تريننج، وبعدها يكون عنصر منتج. فالآن ما عاد صار فيه وقت للكلام هذا، ويجب على الطالب أنه يتجهز خلال الفترة الجامعية بحيث أنه يكون جاهز لسوق العمل مباشرة بعد التخرج. فمن خلال هذا تم بناء برنامج زمالة مسك، واللي يهدف إلى تنمية ليس فقط مهارات الوظيفية لكن بشكل أساسي المهارات القيادية عند الطالب والطالبة، بحيث أنهم يكونون جاهزين بشكل أكبر إلى مناصب قيادية في المستقبل. طبعا يتكون البرنامج من 3 عناصر أساسية. العنصر الأول اللي هو التدريب على المهارات القيادية، هذه تكون بالشكل اللي هو من خلال الصفوف الدراسية، وأيضا يكون فيها زي الأنشطة التفاعلية. أيضا العنصر الثاني هو التدريب الشخصي أو الانديفيدوال كوتشنج، بحيث أنه يكون التدريب مصمم خصيصا للفرد وليس للمجموعة. وأيضا العنصر الثالث اللي هو بسببه احنا موجودين اليوم هنا هو مسابقة زمالة مسك، لأنه أصبح الآن ليس التدريب المباشر أو في الصفوف الدراسية أصبح غير كافي، فيجب أنه يكون فيه learning by doing، يجب أن يكون فيه تطبيق. فشاركوا معنا الزملاء والزميلات خلال 11 أسبوع الماضي في مسابقة زمالة مسك، واللي هدفها تقديم حلول مبتكرة تعالج تحديات تصب في مصلحة أهداف التنمية المستدامة. شارك معنا 10 فرق، مكون كل فريق من 6 طلاب وطالبات. أيضا قدموا 10 حلول مبتكرة تعالج 8 تحديات مختلفة تصب في مصلحة أهداف التنمية المستدامة. طبعا هذه لم يكن ليحدث لولا وجود شراكات رصينة مع مؤسسة مسك، فنشكر أيضا شركائنا. 7 شركاء كانوا فعالين، قدموا التدريب والتوجيه على كيفية الخروج بأفكار، وأيضا كيفية صياغة الفكرة، وأيضا كيفية دراسة السوق، ومدى مساهمة الفكرة في أهداف التنمية المستدامة. فهذه ريادة أعمال اجتماعية، بالإمكان من هذه الأفكار أنها تكون أفكار تجارية، وأيضا في نفس الوقت تصب في مصلحة المجتمع. تم تقديم لهم مجموعة من المنتورنج سيشنز أو الجلسات التوجيهية، وأيضا جلسوا مع ما يزيد عن 70 خبير في مجالات التنمية المستدامة. من خلال البرنامج 3 سنوات الماضية، الآن احنا معنا أو ألحقنا بداية السنة الدفعة الخامسة من البرنامج. تم تقديم أكثر من 15,000 ساعة تدريبية، وتم تقديم أكثر من 2000 جلسة تدريبية فردية. ومن خلال علاقاتنا ومن خلال شراكاتنا مع أفضل الجهات العالمية تم توظيف أكثر من 50 زميل وزميلة في أفضل المنظمات على مستوى العالم، سواء منظمات ربحية أو منظمات غير حكومية أو غير ربحية. أيضا شارك معنا خلال الأعوام الماضية أكثر من 280 زميل وزميلة، قدموا أكثر من 40 حل مبتكر يعنى بمعالجة تحديات أو أولويات وطنية. فنحن اليوم إن شاء الله راح نستمع إلى مشاريعهم 10 فرق، وبإذن الله راح نستفيد، وبقدر الإمكان إن شاء الله راح نفيدهم، بحيث أن المشاريع هذه تتطور مستقبلا وتكون بإذن الله على أرض الواقع. وشكرا لكم وشرفتونا جميعا.
إن شاء الله في لندن، وإحنا جاهزين بإذن الله بقيادة محمد. إن شاء الله يكون هناك قد برنامج إن شاء الله.
عرضنا عليهم تحديات، الأفكار، عرضنا عليهم مجالات ذات الاهتمام في استشراف التقنية العالمية. صراحة كان تفاعلهم رائع. الأسئلة تدل على نوعية التفكير، نوعية الطلاب، الاستثمار اللي تم عليهم في تأهيلهم وتمكينهم. أحد أهم النقاط الأساسية في الشباب هو أن يكون عندهم دافع للتغيير، وهذا شيء مميز موجود فيهم.
وشراكتنا الاستراتيجية مع مسك تستهدف أن نساعد الشباب المقبلين لبدء مشاريعهم التجارية اللي يتبنون قضية اجتماعية مو أي مشروع تجاري، بحيث نشرح لهم عن مفهوم ريادة الأعمال الاجتماعية، كيف ممكن يبدأون مشروع تجاري ولكن يحقق بنفس الوقت عائد اجتماعي من خلال ريادة الأعمال الاجتماعية.
Why we want to be engaged in something like this is because it comes down to our values. as an organisation, we believe in having an impact on driving positive change in the societies we work in, the clients we work with, and more broadly in the societies that we engage in. So for us, this is really an initiative that ticks all the boxes. Right? It enables us to work on topics that we care about being, like sustainability and the broader SDG themes. At the same time, it gives us exposure to developing young leaders in one of the most important markets in the Middle East region.
Everyone will give his idea of what he thinks. It doesn't have to be the first, as I say. No, that's too much for you. Sorry.
يعني الليدر اذا كان واحد ليدر كل واحد عنده تاسك معين ما لازم يكون في مدير يبعد واحد اذا كان واحد عنده ايدي معين
حاب اقول لزملائنا مسك انتم الان تملكون الادوات اللازمه لمواجهه تحديات المستقبل وانتم قاده.
شكرا جزيلا المهندس محمد زيد مدير الموارد مدير البرامج القياديه المبكره في مؤسسه محمد بن سلمان. وبما اننا دخلنا الان باجواء المسابقه بعد هذا الفيديو الرائع، حابين الان انه نبدا بتعريف عن الشركاء ولجنه التحكيم ايضا. فمعنا بالبدايه المهندس محمد الزيد مدير برامج القياده المبكره في مؤسسه مسك، الدكتور باسم حسين مدير عام الإدارة العامة للنقل وتسويق التقنية في كاكست، الأستاذة أفنان البابطين مدير إدارة الريادة النسائية والريادة الاجتماعية في منشآت، الأستاذ أحمد بوشناق شريك في بين كومباني أحد أكبر الشركات الاستشارية ورئيس المكتب السعودي، الأستاذ عبد الرحمن الغامدي رئيس التجارب في مختبر التسارع في برنامج الأمم المتحدة. فالآن وزي ما قال محمد، حاليا الزملاء كان عندهم بعد المعسكر في لندن كل التولز وكل الاشياء اللي تقدر تاهلهم انهم يبدون ويبحثون عن التحديات اللي احنا اعطيناهم اياها بالتنسيق مع الشركاء. نبغى نبدا مع اول الفرق. طيب بسم الله، نبدا الان مع فريق رقم 1. We're going to start with team يعين. عبد العزيز الربيع، احمد العلوي، هالة الدهشان، ندى الجهني، يزيد البارقي، محمد العطاس. And their challenges: how can KSA mitigate and deal with disruption to essential health services? Team يعين, 5 minutes. Good luck. Team يعين, you can start.
Can we see the presentation, please? Hello and good evening, everyone. Thank you for joining us tonight and giving us Team 1 Yureen the opportunity to present our solution. Next, please. Next, please. So I'm going to take you back to the year 2019, where over 1.5 million people visited physiotherapy clinics in Saudi Arabia. And if we look at the number of qualified physiotherapists around that time, it was only 4,000 people. So clearly there is a huge gap between the demand and the number of service providers. And if we add disruption to this formula, whether it's man-made or a natural disaster, for example, we can assume that the people who needed physiotherapy couldn't either access it or get it. So as we learned by the recent COVID-19 pandemic, most physiotherapy units in major hospitals had to shut down during quarantine and lockdown, which led to the disruption of physiotherapy services. Next, please. So our solution, Yureen, is a cross-platform smartphone app that enables the patients to contact the physiotherapy directly. So why Yureen, you may ask? Yureen is accessible. We're aiming to provide virtual consultations in addition to on-demand at-home services. Our prices is affordable. So we offer multiple and flexible payment solution, including buy now, pay later options. And we also have our own explicit and transparent vetting procedure to assure that our service providers are reliable and experienced. Next, please. So our concept basically that both the patient and the physiotherapy provider will register or join the platform. They will set their location, create a profile. The physiotherapy will enter their credentials and details, go through the vetting process. And once they are approved, they can list their services and packages and availability and so on. The patients would then choose a provider according to their preference, and they would request the service and proceed with the payment. The physiotherapist will receive the request and provide the service. Next, please. Can you go back, please? Next. Yeah, so our target markets is split to two major groups, the physiotherapists and the patients. We're looking at employed physiotherapists who are looking for an extra income opportunity, or unemployed physiotherapists, either fresh graduates or looking for flexible working hours. As for patients, we're looking at patients who have long-term conditions and require physiotherapy, and patients who would like to receive physiotherapy virtually at their homes. Next, please. So this is my brilliant team: Yazid, our founder; Abdulaziz, our business development manager; our expert in the house, Ahmed, our product manager; the VP of marketing, Hala; Mohammed Attas is our chief financial officer; and myself as a user experience designer. Next, please. So our business model at Yu'in is a mixture of C2C and B2B. We're dealing with physiotherapists as customers, as we provide them with work opportunities, also with patients, to enable them to connect the physiotherapist and receive the services. As for clinics, we're aiming to contract with clinics to support them with providing either virtual services or providing remote services to their patients at their homes. Next, please. So we estimated our pre-launch cost to be 150,000 Saudi Riyal approximately, and we project our first year revenue to be 20,000 Saudi Riyal. However, we project this revenue to increase exponentially in the following years. Next, please. So we looked at the market, and we were able to identify two competitors, Tibiana and PT Home. And our advantages is that we're going to be able to provide virtual sessions, and also we don't have any geographical limitations to our services. Quite the opposite, we're hoping to reach out to rural areas. As for the choice of therapist, although PT Home provide that option, however, they don't list the credentials and the experience of their providers, and their vetting process is not transparent. Next, please. Thank you, and we're happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Team Yu'in. Judges, your questions.
يعطيكم العافية. May I ask about your business model and how you're going to generate money?
So, if I may start, sorry. So, like my friend Nada mentioned, we will do both C2C and B2B. And regarding how we'll generate money, we have two streams. The first one is the direct one, which is dealing with the physiotherapists directly by charging them one-time registration fee and by charge 25% from the physiotherapist. The second stream from the clinics. So like she mentioned that we have contract with them. We'll promote their brand through our platform to reach their patients, and we will charge them 15%. And just as a note, those percentages are provisional. We need to approve those percentages in order to reach the right balance between being a social enterprise while being financially sustainable. Sorry.
team Yu'in. I just have maybe one comment and one question. The first comment is you mentioned that the pre-launch cost or the fund requirement is 150K. I believe that this is mostly on the app development, but I think it's way underestimated based on your business plan. So you mentioned in the business plan that it's much more than that. So you need to be careful. This thing is that how are you planning to provide virtual physical therapy? How are you planning to provide virtual physical therapy?
If I may start, thank you very much for this question. I will tackle the second part about how can we will provide virtual physiotherapy. So in fact, physiotherapy, one part of physiotherapy is the education, and many patients, they don't need even an actual physiotherapist, but they just need an education, support, and encouragement to modify their behavior. So we will use the virtual side just for the education. That's one part. The second part is when the patient will come to the platform, he will be triaged or get in touch with a physician or a physical therapist, to be more specific. He will then take the symptoms and then connects him with the most appropriate physiotherapist that in the area around. So we will use the virtual side in two things, as I said, education and assignment of the patient to the appropriate physiotherapist. I hope this answers your question.
Yes, thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Hi. Yeah. Thank you for your presentation, and I want to ask you related to the same question, how you qualify your services. It's a very sensitive solution, so how you make sure that you will provide the right services for your patient, or to choose the right provider to the services.
So again, if I may start. So the process will start first by checking the physiotherapists are actually qualified, and we will get this through the هيئة التخصصات الصحية in Saudi Arabia. So we will check that, and obviously we need the registered patients. For the cases for right now, we are focusing on two types of cases: the neurological cases and the cases related to musculoskeletal, and that is based in the data we have, because we know 20% of the patients who visit physiotherapists are complaining of those two sides, and for those two types of patients, they need the most proper and time-sensitive treatment. So that's why we are focusing on them.
Also, if I may add, we will be having two types of patients: pre-diagnosed patients, where they will be diagnosed from their physiotherapist or even physicians from hospitals, and the app will allow them to upload their X-ray or their CT scan along with their report from their physicians. And then when you have that on the platform, the physiotherapist will look through them and determine the appropriate physiotherapy session for them. The other type of the patients who are not diagnosed, and I think all the physiotherapists who are licensed to practice physiotherapy are able to diagnose them and give them the proper treatment that they need.
Thank you very much for the presentation. I have two questions. One, so this is not transactional service. Like an Uber, it's a one-time transaction and it goes and so on and so forth. But with physiotherapy, the patient could develop a relationship with the therapist, right? So how do you prevent from basically leakages out of the marketplace that you're trying to create? So it's just, you know, the physiotherapist would just subscribe to your service. Then, you know, after the first interaction with the patient, they conduct all of the sessions outside of your platform. So that's one. The second is around liability, right? In an event where there is a problem with the patient, how do you cater for the risk of being liable in case of a problem?
If I may answer the second part of the question regarding liability. We'll assure that we have the right partnerships regarding healthcare practices in Saudi Arabia, whether it's the Saudi Commission for Healthcare Practicing or the Saudi Center for Patient Safety. We also have given some concern about the safety of our providers, sending them to the patient's home. So we'll try to work a model of insurance like it works with the clinics when they provide these kind of services. Our difference is that we're providing the service directly without the intermission of the clinic or the hospital. Yeah, I hope that's answered your question.
And for the first part of the question, if I may, it's actually related to what Nada said. So when you have a relationship with the app, you have the app reliable for the visits. And we will be using insurance company to cover all the unexpected events if it happens, God forbid. But when you just go with the therapist without the platform, that the patient will be reliable on his own. And I don't think that it's safe for them, and it's a good choice for them to just go with a physiotherapist rather than go with an organization that can refund and just take care of all the program. Also, we will be having a prescription model, monthly prescription model, subscription model for that as well, so to just minimize leakage.
Thank you, Team Yu'een, for a great presentation. And before we transfer to the other team, عندي بعض التذكيرات بخصوص الآن أنتم زي ما شفتوا اليوم حاليا عندنا البرزنتيشنز هي هايبرد. احنا حبينا نوريكم أول برزنتيشن عشان نجاوب سؤالكم بعد البرزنتيشن. بعض الزملاء ما زالوا يدرسون حاليا في دولهم، بعضهم في أمريكا، بريطانيا، أستراليا. فعندنا اليوم برضو محظوظين بوجود بعض الزملاء، فبيكون بعض البرزنتيشنز 100% اونلاين وبعضها بيكون موجودين معنا. بيكون معنا قبل البريك ثلاثة برزنتيشنز. خلصنا اليوم او 4 برزنتيشن ومتبقي لنا 3، وبعدين ننتقل الى 15 دقيقة للاستراحة، ومن ثم نعود عشان ال6 برزنتيشن المتبقية. طبعا كل فريق له 5 دقائق و7 دقائق لإجابة على أسئلة الحكام. بيكون معنا اليوم 3 فائزين أو 5 فائزين، 3 من تقييم لجنة التحكيم و2 من أكثر تصويت على مواقع التواصل الاجتماعي. فهاي بس يعني شوية يعني خلينا نقول بخصوص المسابقة. والآن ننتقل لفريق 2. حالياً تيم فز، عبد القادر بغدادي، غادة الدبيخي، زينب الشبر، رامي الجعفر، جمال المغربي، ليان اليحيان. And their challenge is how can KSA ensure healthy lives and promote well-being for all ages. Good luck, Team Fizz. 5 minutes.
Slides. Oh, يقول لي أبدأ. Assalamu alaikum jami'an. We are a team of 6 individuals who are here to solve a worldwide epidemic. This is an extra team member joining us for today. Her name is Jude, and we'll be telling her story today. She came to visit me 2 weeks ago, and she loved eating Pringles all the time. Whenever I studied, she would come and share her Pringles, but she also liked to eat a lot of it. We realized Jude wasn't the only child in Saudi Arabia who had this habit. Although she's not now obese, over half of children within Saudi Arabia are obese because of these habits. Why? Well, obesity is one of the most strongly proven outcomes of screen time exposure. The more people sit on their phones, the more they watch YouTube, the more they play, the more they eat. This is Jude again. So here Jude is saying, "Ambgha jawwal mama," which basically means I want my mom's phone. I took her mom's phone away because she was being very inactive, she was eating a lot, and she's not the only one. 90% of our population, both children and adults, are sick consecutively for more than 2 hours, including myself, which results in 71% of the population of youth being inactive. It's a worldwide epidemic that, according to the World Health Organization, needs urgent action. So, what's our solution? Well, it's an app. We give children a time limit on their phone, for example, 2 hours. After that, our app will interrupt them and give them a choice of certain physical activities to carry out. These activities will be powered by our collaborator. It's a motion engine. It uses augmented reality to help the child interact with the real screen. For example, moving their hand or kicking their foot will allow them to gain points within the screen. That will give them movement points, which they can later use to unlock their phone. You can scan our QR code to see our full prototype and play around with it, but I will take you through it now. Our prototype, the parent will start by picking a language. It will take them through the key things about our app, and they're all set up. They put some information about their child, and it will tell them some good things and bad things and how they can help their child. After that, they will pick apps like Madrasati that they always want open, and they can set a curfew so that the child can't unlock the phone anymore. This is the first screen that the child sees. They see a leaderboard comparing them to their friends and family. They can walk. They can laser dodge with our next motion engine. This motion engine that's used within our app doesn't need any extensions. It works through your camera, and it's used by the NFL to recruit its players. We also have a signed contract with Sahati. It's a signed collaboration that they will be sponsoring us for the development of the app, and we will be the child version of Sahati. So other than working with an already established app in the market, other than the fact that Sahati already has 20 million users guaranteed on iOS, what makes us special? We have massive monetization potential. As you can see, we have the mugs and the cards on your tables, which I'll discuss in a second. We are solving a healthcare crisis according to the World Health Organization, and we have no competitors. I'm not saying that out of nowhere. Search parental control, you're going to get 1.2 billion results, but they're all about control. 64% of parents within Saudi Arabia say they give their child a phone before the age of 12 so that they can teach them independence and self-reliance. Currently, the market only tailors for control. They don't give the control to the child, which is where we come in. And there is no screen time limit that gives the power to the child. It's always go and cry to your mom, open the phone, give me the PIN. What's our business case, though, other than the fact that 1.2 billion are searching for us? Well, our development is sponsored infinitely, it says, for the first 3 to 5 years by Sahati, only because we told Sahati we don't want to rely on you. We want to be sustainable. So we're going to be one of the first governmental projects that will actually make money for the government. So instead of just relying on them, we want to make them money, which is where the monetization comes in. When a child falls in love with an app like Fortnite or Barbie or Barney, they love wearing it. They love the hoodies, they love the mugs, they love the school bags, which is where our monetization comes in. We're also working on collaborations like RPS, and you can see the card game within the cups, and it links back to our roots, like celebrate with Salim al-Dawsari when he scores a goal, rather than the typical English printed cards. We're also looking into collaborations with the UN and with other cartoons nationally and internationally. You can see our full financial breakdown within our proposal, but these are our projections and payback rates within the next 7 years. What's our contribution, though? Our business and our numbers are all good. What do we actually impact the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia? We promote mental health. Through the use of music and physical activity, it's been proven to reduce anxiety and depression. We reduce non-communicable diseases like high blood pressure and diabetes, which according to both the UNDP and Vision 2030 are huge concerns within Saudi Arabia. We promote prevention instead of just treatment, and we increase life expectancy through the increase in physical activity. But what happened to Jude? We spoke about Jude earlier, who for her a phone meant YouTube and games and eating Pringles. When I took her mom's phone away, you can see her here in the background. She doesn't want to join in on the game. This game is powered by Next. It's one of the games that will be in our app, and it's on their active arcade app if you'd like to download it and play it with your kids. So I put it into multiplayer mode, and I got Jude to try and play with her sisters. But you could see, can I play the video? You could see the last video, this one. Yeah, you could see that she was reluctant to join in, but after her sisters start jumping, she starts joining in and jumping in with them. You can see that she's having fun, she's playing, even though I took her phone away and she was crying 10 seconds ago. So for her, a phone no longer meant YouTube, it no longer meant eating, it meant jumping around and playing. She even said that she wanted to run quickly like the gazelle, and she couldn't do that at home, so she asked me to take her to the park. And in this video, you can see her running around with her sister. So this is the change we had on Jude. This is the impact we could have on the population within Saudi Arabia, and hopefully all children who use our app have this impact on them. Thank you for listening, and myself and my team will welcome any questions that you have.
Thank you, Team Fizz. Judges, your question.
Thank you so much. Actually, I have nothing to ask about because there is a problem and you already have a solution and it is up and running. You signed a contract with the government. I personally need it. Yes, and my kid needs it. So I think you ticked all the boxes. So well done. Besides the idea, the presentation is fantastic. So thank you so much for the preparation and for everything you have done for a social impact.
Thank you.
If I may, let me start by saying that I loved it.
Thank you.
It's one comment, it's not a question, it's how I look at competition. Like, the way I look at competition is, if I were with you, I would consider my aunt who would take the mobile as a competitor. Because you need to, the reason we look at competitors is to know who's taking from the share of the user attention. So that might help you find further insights. In general, I loved it.
We had a market uptake test that Ghada can comment on to see would the aunt want to use the app. So Ghada, do you want to comment on our market uptake test?
Yes, I can do that. When we did our market uptake test, we noticed that parents do not rely on technology. So there is a potential of use, even though they do not rely on technology, as you said. We tested and asked the parents if it's effective or if there is a resistance from the parents. And as we said with Jude, and majority from our responses, we got 200 responses from our uptake test. And we noticed that there is always, especially in younger generation or younger age children, there is a resistance. They cry, they do not understand why are you taking the phone away from them. So using this technique, give them the the confidence or the them not getting like punishment. It's not a type of punishment.
Thank you, Ghada.
Yeah.
Any other questions?
Thank you so much. Great work. I like the idea. One thing I heard from you mentioning that this is a governmental project.
Yeah.
So it's not. It's an entrepreneurial project. It's not a governmental project. You signed a contract with a government entity to support your project or acquire some of your customers, but don't consider yourself a governmental project. Okay.
We consider ourselves for the people. We don't care what our name is. We are here to make impact.
very much, Team Fizz, for a great presentation. Yes. I don't have kids, but when I have kids, I will use this application for sure. Thank you, Team Fizz, for a great presentation, and it's very impressive how on only 11 weeks you made mugs, T-shirts, and cards. So صراحة تحية لهم صراحة، يعطيهم العافية. طبعا زي ما انتم عارفين هذا الفريق الثاني، حنا بالمسابقة عندنا أكثر يعني 10 فرق كلهم لهم أهداف مستدامة عددها 8 وكلها لا تصب فقط على الصحة. حنا بس نمشي على الترتيب، والترتيب هو حاليا صحة، بعدين ننتقل إلى التعليم، ومن ثم إلى الطاقة المتجددة، ومن ثم إلى ال SDG الأخير. فحاليا حنا قاعدين نعمل على أنه إن شاء الله هذه يوم من الأيام الابليكيشنز، هذه المشاريع، هذه الحلول ترى النور يوما ما، وبإذن الله يعني بأيدي يعني إن شاء الله بجهود الزملاء بأنفسهم، وأيضا مع شركائنا و يعني حنا بدعمنا إن شاء الله أنها سوف ترى النور يوما ما. حاليا سوف ننتقل إلى الفريق الثالث، واللي هو فريق سوا نتمرن. فريق سوا نتمرن عبير الحبيش، عبير السماري، فارس حبيب الله، هيفا البسام، لما باحنان، سلوى لن. And their challenge is, how can KSA ensure healthy lives and promote well-being for all ages? Team سوا نتمرن, the floor is yours, 5 minutes, good luck.
Assalamu alaikum. I'm Lama Bahannan, representing Sawa Nitmarran, a team of 6 passionate individuals who are committed to ensure healthy lives in Saudi Arabia. First, I'd like you to meet Khadija. She's 23 years old and just graduated from university. Khadija is struggling with diabetes and blood pressure, and the doctor told her that it's a result of her sedentary lifestyle. Unfortunately, Khadija is only one of 40% of Saudi young adults who are physically inactive, which puts them at a higher risk of developing non-communicable diseases. Therefore, physical inactivity is a public health burden. In fact, 35% of the deaths in the kingdom are associated with non-communicable diseases, which cost us 92 billion riyals annually. Therefore, if we want to ensure healthy lives, we need to increase the levels of physical activity. So the big question is, if physical activity is very important, then why do we have low levels of it? And to better understand that, we conducted a survey and received 200 responses, and we interviewed more than 33 experts and young adults globally. And we found that young adults are not physically active because of many barriers. The most prominent ones are limited facilities, high cost, lack of peer support, and the lack of knowledge when it comes to trying out a new sport and the available resources. Also, playing a new sport can be hectic because you'd have to look for a place, call them, find a friend to play with, acquire gear, and maybe you need coaching sessions. And because of this challenging and time-consuming process, people rarely exercise. And we are targeting young adults because they represent the largest age group within youth in Saudi Arabia, and because young adulthood is a critical development period where employment rates are affected, leadership qualities and healthy habits are formed, and the quality of social life is determined. And today, we are introducing Sawa Nitmarran, a one-stop shop for all of your sport needs. Through this app, you will be able to book sport facilities, rent and buy sport gear from the community and sport shops, connect with coaches, find play pals, and you can even explore new sports with the guidance of community ambassadors. And on this note, we would like to announce our partnership with Omar Al-Thaqib, a Saudi pro tennis player who will be joining our platform as an ambassador. Also, we met with the community program manager and the director of strategy and digital strategy from the Federation of Sport within the Ministry of Sport, and they were impressed with our idea and excited to collaborate with us. Other than that, we met with coaches and sport facility owners, also including the Saudi Climbing Academy, who are super excited to be a part of Sawa Nitmarran. And we recognize that this problem has attracted the attention of others. However, they do not address all of the consumer needs. So Nitmarran is the first app tailored to the local markets that offers Arabic content. It's customized to young adults, affordable, and enables you to explore and learn new sports. And on top of that, it has a unique user experience that ensures sports are accessible for all. And so Nitmarran is designed to ensure financial stability with numerous revenue streams, capitalizing on a two-sided marketplace, a B2B, which is a marketplace for sport facilities, gear shops, and coaches to maximize their online presence and market their products, and a B2B, which is a retail model where users can access a range of services. And we believe that this is a compelling business opportunity that at the same time will have a profound impact on the economy and the health of the Saudi community, as it decreases the risk of non-communicable diseases and saves healthcare expenditure on treatment. And perhaps the best way to demonstrate the viability of our solution is to hear directly from our potential users.
Good system for getting people engaged.
I love the app because I could easily find a workout partner or coach for any sport, so that's pretty cool.
And we thank everyone who helped us to ensure healthy lives for everyone. And so is Nitmarran prototype is live now. So please try the app by scanning this barcode. And thank you.
Thank you very much, team سوا نتمرن. Judges, your questions.
Thank you so much. سوا نتمرن. يعطيكم العافية. I just have one quick question, which is, what is your plan in dealing with the operations? Because such applications or such businesses require lots and lots of operations. And what I can see is that the fund that you require is relatively limited to the expected, or what I expect from the operations. So what's your plan? Thank you.
Okay, so I can take this one. All the estimates that we have in our report are initial estimates, and we definitely plan to reflect on them. And after consulting with app developing agency, we are going to adjust these numbers. So for our operation plan, in the beginning, we are planning to outsource the app development and or like building the app, because we believe that it's a good start to start there to save some money, and then afterwards we are going to have in-house expertise to handle like anything related to the app. But as a start, as I mentioned, we are planning to outsource, and we already are in contact with an app developing agency who will be handling that. I hope I answered your questions. If you need me to clarify anything, I can add on it.
To some extent, but what I was asking about, you said that the app development at the beginning, then the app maintenance during the operations. So what you are saying is that you covered the CapEx, but not the OpEx. I'm saying that the operations themselves, the customer care, the customer support, the business development team, etc. It's a lot of work.
Yes. Haifa, do you want to add on that?
Yes. Yeah, perfect. Thank you, Saad Mohammed, for your question. So as mentioned in our report, most of our expenses goes to our personnel. So we're basically starting with a team of 9. But then as we grow the application and as the user base grows, we're also expanding our team. So we're currently assigning mainly 1 to 2 customer experience professionals per 3,000 users. And as we grow the expected number of users, then we're also growing the team to cover the growth, inshallah.
So, hi, great idea. I want to ask about your business model. Now, from what I understand, you have you're gonna provide a play pal for the users. Is that correct? So how are you going to generate money out of this service, for example? The second one is also the rent and selling the equipment.
Sure. So I can also take that. So in terms of our features, not all of our features generate revenue. The PlayPal feature obviously does not generate revenue. It's a social feature in which we connect PayPals together. But all other features generate revenue, such as booking coaches, booking facilities. We're taking a fee from the facilities and the coaches, and that's based on a typical marketplace fee. وبالنسبة also للrenting and selling gears, we're also taking a very minimal fee that's also based on a typical marketplace fee. Hope this answers your question.
Can I add something? So I would also like to add that we're dealing with young adults who are very price sensitive. And so those fees that Haifa just mentioned, the booking fees, they'll be taken care of by the service provider, just because, as I said, they're very price sensitive. And so in return, they get to be marketed to our user base and also utilize our booking system.
Judges, any last questions? Thank you very much team سوا نتمرن for a great presentation. وقبل ما ننقل الفريق الرقم 4 صراحة يعني لما أشوف نتائج الزملاء وطريقة تجهيزهم وعمل الفيديوهات ويعني يروحون للإكسترا مايل اللي إحنا أساسا ما طلبنا منهم عشان يكون هذا جزء من البروجكت. هذا يعطيك انطباع انه فعلا، وطبعا هذا كله ب 11 اسبوع فقط وكنا فيري ستريكت بهذا الوقت. هذا يعطيك انطباع انه فعلا يعني الشعب السعودي، الشباب السعودي فعلا زي ما قال سمو الامير انه يقدر يسوي اي شيء، اذا بغى يهد جبل طويق يهد جبل طويق. فيعطيهم العافيه، فتحيه لهم صراحه. طبعا our fourth team and our last team before we go to the break, team فانوس، عبد الله الجاسر، رضا العايش، طلال الحصيني، سند الرشيدي، ابراهيم زللي، ريم القحطاني. Team Fanus challenge is how can KSA utilize innovation digital solution to improve the quality of education and ensure consistent quality at all levels of the community. Team Fanus, 5 minutes. Good luck. The floor is yours.
Assalamu alaikum. Can you hear me? Yeah, good evening, everyone. This is Ibrahim Zulili, and today we are talking about Team Fanus. Before doing so, let me introduce you to the great team behind Fanus, starting from Abdullah Al-Jasir, Ibrahim Zulili, Reem Al-Qahtani, Ridha Al-Aish, Sanad Al-Rashidi, and Talal Al-Husayni. And our challenge was how can KSA utilize the digital innovative solution to improve the quality of education at all levels. When we look at the status quo of education in Saudi Arabia, you would be amazed that Saudi is lagging behind all the countries, and OECD countries, G20 countries, and even some GCC countries in the international assessment like TEMS and PISA. And when we try to investigate more and try to identify the reason behind that, what we saw that we launched a survey to try to understand the situation. And the leading reason behind that was the lack of academic support for students. Before jumping to the solution, we have took into consideration a couple of factors, like the SDG channels should be digital solution. The STEM, we were focused on the STEM since that has the highest return on investment. And third, leave no one behind since we don't want to cater for the top 10% of the society. And last is the scaffolding theory. Leaving the solution with my friend Abdullah.
Assalamu alaikum jami'an. So to solve this problem, Fanus is an AI-based learning management system. It stops being secondary and becomes the primary driver of education. So it uses AI to personalize content to students. Next slide, please. So Fanus's vision is maximizing education quality by providing an adaptive learning management system that caters for each student's skills and abilities. So to deliver that vision, we have a few value propositions, which are transforms content consumption to active learning, utilizes AI to personalize the learning process, and combines research with edtech solutions. So we have a few objectives, KPIs, pricing model, and the stakeholder interaction. So a few of our objectives is reach a success rate of 75% for the artificial intelligence model within the first 8 months, and developing the adaptive learning management system within 10 months, and so on. A few KPIs to measure our performance, and our pricing model will be tiered based on the school's number of students. So schools that have the number of students between 1 to 30 will pay 1,690 monthly, and so on. So we can measure Fanus's impact through several lenses, which are improving Saudi's ranking in global testing such as TIMSS and PISA, decrease spending on tutoring, improve national universities ranking in QS World rankings, improve inflows of skilled Saudi workers, and improve Saudi's performance in global scientific Olympiads. And of course, nationalizing investment in technology. So Fanus has a go-to-market plan which is split into 3 phases. The first of which is development phase, which will spend 8 months. The second is testing and soft launch with the selected clients, which will take 4 months. And the third and final phase is launching and scaling. So not only are we a great business, but we also directly impact the UN SDGs. So we improve education, we ensure gender equality in education, we provide economic growth and reduce inequality between countries. Thank you for your attention, and thank you, Misk, for this opportunity. We are welcome for any questions.
Thank you very much, Team Fanus. Judges, your question.
Thank you so much. But if I didn't, so can you explain what Fanus is? I read the business plan, but then I didn't hear the amazing thing I read in the plan in your presentation. So would you please explain more about Fanus and what's the special in Fanus and why it is different from the competitor in the market?
Sure. Could I please go for that?
Oh, yeah, sure. Go ahead, Abdullah.
So Fanus is essentially a learning management system that is better. How? We are basically stopping from being a tool to education, and we're actually doing the teaching for students. So we're using AI to take in content and then adapt that content to each student's academic needs. So essentially, normal LMS systems, they just provide a way to show assignments, maybe have tests on them. But with Fanus, we're doing that plus the ability to actually teach.
Could I add on this, Abdullah? If you, yeah. So just to make it easier, so Fanus is generally, it's like a regular adaptive learning system. So let's say Classera, but what we bring new to the market and our value proposition is the adaptive learning system. So when we come to tackle the issues of regular learning management systems, we try to use these technologies and offer students personalized educational experience based on their skill sets. So every and each student will get a personalized experience based on his level of consuming the knowledge. So it will work mostly as a helper for the student outside of the classroom.
So yeah, it's not, LMS have been there from ages, and the survey, what we witnessed is 90% of schools in Saudi already have LMS. But this is the different element is the adaptability, where each student's needs and level of education is taking care of the process.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Team Fanos. So many people would ask, so this is an LMS, so we have plenty of platforms that we can access for free worldwide. So what is different about this? I'm answering this question. I love the fact that you added the local aspect of the content plus the adaptivity of the content. So we don't see this quite often. So well done, team. Plus, the business plan is well thought through. You covered all dimensions of any business plan that anyone can do. I reviewed it word by word. I think this is very professional. One additional last comment is that the most challenging bit of this, you know what it is? The content development. So if your content is poor, then there is no need for the other sophistications. I guess that you need to work hard on the content development. You need to partner with many entities to get this done. Other than this, I love the idea. I love the presentation. I love the business plan. So thank you so much. Good luck.
Thank you.
Could I please add one thing before we leave?
Yeah, just to answer, indeed, it is a critical issue, and it's a critical part of the solution. If the content is poor, as you described it, our solution won't make it. That's why, and we didn't, in the beginning, we said leave no one behind. We didn't want to cater for the elite schools who can afford to create their own content. So that's why we have developed the marketplace, where there is content producer firms can offer in the marketplace the content, and also the great teacher in the market can make extra money by developing the content, and it's a marketplace. So this is an integral part of our solution. I'm sorry, Abdullah, if you want to add.
Yeah, that's it. But Brahim said it in a perfect way. But yeah, essentially, we're going to have a marketplace where teachers and partners can create content, and then schools can import that content, and we simply take a very small fee for each transaction.
And to add to Abdullah, what said, we have created a guide for all the content creating people and companies on the marketplace, to ensure that the content that they are going to create is going to work excellently with our adaptive learning management system.
Thank you very much, Team Fanos, for a great presentation. So before we go to the break, صراحة, I think, yes. It's very well known that يعني أنا صراحة إذا دائما يسألوني عن إيش أكثر SDG قريب لقلبي، أنا دائما أقول لهم SDG نمبر 4 اللي هو التعليم. أنا أحب التعليم، أحب نشر الأثر، أحب يسمونها لا الله زكاة العلم. فعشان كذا أتوقع أنه اليوم ما حطوني جدج مع الجدجز عشان بكون يعني بايس لهذا الموضوع، بس ممتاز. عشان كذا أنا اليوم مقدم اللقاء فقط. يعطيكم العافية. إن شاء الله نرجع نذهب للاستراحة ونرجع الساعة بعد 10 دقائق الساعة 7 بالضبط. ممكن نستغل هذا الوقت للصلاة وناخذ بعض الأشياء ريفرشمنت ونرجع إن شاء الله نشيطين مرة أخرى. أمامنا 6 برزنتيشنز كل واحدة أجمل من الثانية إن شاء الله.
مايك بوديوم. بسم الله. تيست.
Test 1 2 3. Test 1 2 3. Test. Mic check 1 2 3. 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 هناكي. حسب. شوفوا له حل. خليه ينتظر لين ما يطلع اخضر، يعني just be patient. شوف يعلق كذا شوي، مو مشكله، ينتظر لين ما يصير احمر تماما بعدين يتكلم. ايش تبغى؟ تيست 1 2 3. مايك تشيك 1 2 3. مايك تشيك 1 2 3.
بس نجربه.
اوكي طيب، بس جربوه قبل ما نطلع. يصير هو يقفل. 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3. اوكي شكرا شكرا. لا خلاص انا. السلام عليكم. 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3. تمام. الساعة 7:05. هلا فيك. يا سلام، كيف الحال؟ غريبة ما انت الام سي اليوم. والله عبد الرحمن والله طلعت موهبة. لا ما شاء الله عليك، ما انت سهل والله.
سيدات والسادة، الله يسلمك.
اي هلا والله، كيف الحال؟ اي والله انا اسعد طال عمرك. الله يسلمك. انتم ما شاء الله مثال لدعم البيرنتس لولدهم،
السيدات والسادة،
ودعمكم لبرامجنا. فانت ما شاء الله داعم على المستوى العائلي والمستوى المؤسسة. والله نتعلم منكم يعني، هذا الحرص وهذه المتابعة ما شاء الله تبارك الله. الله يبارك لكم، الله يبارك لكم فيه ويبارك له فيكم ويحفظه لكم. ايه والله الحمد لله. يعني سمو سيدي
السيدات والسادة،
ما يبخل ابدا في اي شيء والله ما نقول كذا الا
والعروض بعد 3 دقائق.
بالله ما شاء الله. طيب يلا، الله يعطيها العافيه. ايه ايه كومبيتيشن. ايه يحتاج لهم دعم البنات والله. طيب كويس ما شاء الله، الله يحفظهم بخير والله. والله برامج متعددة ويعني متنوعة ومن مكان لمكان. من الوزارة؟ ايه ما شاء الله. ايه ما شاء الله. ايه ما شاء الله ما شاء الله. ايه ما شاء الله. pushing them. اي والله لا ما شاء الله عدد جبار عندنا. احمد كان احمد بس الوحيد الا من ال 2030. يا احمد بوشناق. اي صح. وكذلك انت كمان زورنا هناك، يمكن يصير في لقاء كلمه. اي اكيد نسوي لكم ليله كذا مع SLS Saudi Leadership Society. عاد انت فيلو، انتم ما شاء الله، انت ايزنهاور فيلو ما تترتب ان شاء الله باذن الله، موفقين. صح. لا نسوي لك ليله خاصه، نعمل معالي ليلة مع الاس ال اس. ترى ليالينا كذا صغيره، يعني 50 شخص كذا فيري كوزي. ايه لا بس كلهم 20-30 ليدرز، بس انهم يجتمعون كذا في كوزي انفايرمنت. انت تسال، تتحاور، تشارك. صح صح تمام. خلاص على بركه الله.
السيدات والسادة، سوف نبدأ اللقاء بعد دقيقة.
ما شاء الله. أنا شفت كأني الترانسفورميشن. إيه كأني شفت لا بس كأني شفتها في لينكدين. وفق إن شاء الله. الله يقويكم. أبو عبد الله كيف الحال؟ الله يقويكم. الله يحفظك. تسلم. لا لا سمو سيدي هو راعي الجميع، الله يحفظه لنا. جزاكم الله خير. الله يحفظ ابنكم ومبدع ما شاء الله تبارك الله مثل زملائه. وانا اقول لابو عبد الله هو يعني الابن يمثل ما شاء الله الدعم دائما الحرص على الوجود. ايوه الحرص الموجود دائما موجود معانا ما شاء الله ابو عبد الله فيه. الله يحفظه لكم. الله يحفظه لكم ويحفظكم له. ايه تقول لي ايش؟ لا الدرب ممهد خلاص ان شاء الله. دربها اكبر ان شاء الله. مرحبا فيكم. الله يسلمك.
السلام عليكم. اتمنى ان كان البريك خفيف عليكم. حاليا قبل ما نبدأ مع فريق رقم 5 حابين نعطيكم نبذة عن برامج مسك، ومن أفضل من يعطينا في هذه البرامج وهذه المعلومات أفضل من عراب البرامج في مؤسسة محمد بن سلمان المهندس عمر نجار الرئيس التنفيذي للبرامج، فليتفضل مشكورا.
الله يسلمك. شكرا لك. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. أسعد الله مساءكم جميعا. أنا أرى في هذه الليلة جمع جميل جميل تنوع الأجيال والتنوع الكبير يمكن في الباك جراوندز. الجيل القادم واللي يمثل روح المملكة القادمة، مستقبل المملكة، والجيل المؤسس والجيل اللي بدأ الخطوات الأولى في هذا التأسيس. شكرا لكم جميعا على حضوركم وعلى مساندتكم لمسك ومساندتكم لأبنائكم خريجي هذا البرنامج كأحد برامج القادة اللي موجود ضمن سلسلة متواصلة ومتصلة لتكوين بيئة خصبة للقيادة في المملكة العربية السعودية. مرحبا بكم في مقر مؤسسة مسك. من هنا بدأت رؤية مؤسس هذه المؤسسة العملاقة قبل 10 سنوات في هذا المكان، وبالأخص في هذا الجانب من هذا المبنى. قبل 10 سنوات بدأت رؤية مؤسسة محمد بن سلمان مسك. في هذا العام نحتفل بالسنة العاشرة لتأسيس هذا الكيان الجميل والكبير والمؤثر في حياة الشباب والشابات في هذا الوطن. نسعى من خلال هذه المؤسسة كما قال سمو سيدي إلى الأخذ بيد المبادرات والتشجيع على الإبداع بما يضمن استدامتها ونموها للمساهمة في بناء العقل البشري. أود أن أشارككم 3 نقاط أساسية في هذه الليلة. النقطة الأولى هي نقطة الأثر. فعبر رحلة برنامج زمالة مسك التي امتدت 6 أشهر سعينا جاهدين من خلال فريق عمل كبير جميل قيادة الأستاذ محمد الزيد وزملائه، وبالمناسبة أشكرهم جزيلا على جهدهم. سعينا جاهدين في المؤسسة لتمكين مجموعة جديدة من شبابنا وبناتنا المميزين في الجامعات العالمية. اخترنا 60 من 6000، 60 شخص، 60 talented سعودي يوث من 6000 متقدم، 1%، يعكسون الروح السعودية الأصيلة والرؤية الطموحة والولاء العميق لمجتمعهم وبلادهم. فهم يجسدون اليوم من خلال هذه المشاريع، من خلال طموحهم ومن خلال نظرتهم للمستقبل، يجسدون رسالة المؤسسة ورسالتنا في إعداد جيل قادر على صناعة التغيير الاجتماعي والاقتصادي على النطاق المحلي والمنافسة بجدارة على مستوى العالم. هنا أنتقل إلى نقطة أخرى وهي نقطة الطموح. أتوجه لإخواني وأخواتي المشاركين والمشاركات وأقول لكم لقد تم اختياركم بعناية شديدة كما ذكرت 1%. اليوم والحمد لله بمجهودكم وكما شاهدتم جميعا أنكم كلنا شاهدين أنكم كنتم قد هذا الاختيار، وأثبتتم أنكم فعلا من ضمن أفضل شباب وشابات في المملكة العربية السعودية. رسالتي لكم هي أن مشاركتكم في هذا البرنامج تضع مسؤولية. الأفضل دائما يتحمل أكثر مسؤولية وأكبر مسؤولية، صحيح؟ فأكبر مسؤولية هي على الأقوى. أنتم أقوى أو من أقوى شباب المملكة، فتتحملون كثير من المسؤولية. تتحملون مسؤولية لنفسكم وطموحكم والاستمرار في هذا الطموح وتعظيم هذا الأثر الشخصي لكم. تتحملون مسؤولية إيصال رسالة هذا الوطن، وتتحملون رسالة لتغيير أوضاع كثير من الأمور في العالم من خلال مشاريعكم التنموية والاجتماعية. ختاماً، موضوع الشراكة كان مهم جداً في نجاح برنامجنا هذا وبرامجنا العديدة في مؤسسة مسك الخيرية. وأخص بالذكر في هذا البرنامج شارك في نجاح هذا البرنامج، وأنا أبغى يعني كذا نتفاعل ونعطيهم تحية: وزارة الاتصالات وتقنية المعلومات، شركة بين كومباني، مدينة الملك عبد العزيز للعلوم والتقنية، الهيئة العامة للمنشآت الصغيرة والمتوسطة، UNDP Program، شركة استراتيجي أند، وهيئة تنمية البحث والتطوير والابتكار. لا يفوتني أن أشكر كل الآباء والأمهات اللي شاركونا ودعمونا ودعموا أبنائهم خلال هذه المسيرة في خلال مسيرة 6 أشهر. أشكر زملائي وزميلاتي في البانل ولجنة التحكيم، وأشكر جميع المنظمين لهذه الليلة الرائعة، وتمنياتي للجميع بالتوفيق، والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
شكرا جزيلا المهندس عمر نجار، الرئيس التنفيذي للبرامج في مؤسسة محمد بن سلمان مسك. صراحة يعني كلمات يعني تعطيك الحماس. أنا صراحة ودي لو نرجع نسوي المسابقة من جديد، إيش رأيكم؟ ولا ننتظر السنة الجاية؟ الله يصبرنا السنة الجاية إن شاء الله. طيب حاليا نعود للمسابقة وأجواء المسابقة. مع فريق incentivized learning نايف البشير، رحاب العويد، هبة العيسى، أروى البلطان، نجود المهباش، محمد العامر. And their challenge is how can KSA utilize innovation digital solution to improve the quality of education and ensure consistent quality at all levels of the community. Incentivized, good luck, 5 minutes.
Hello, everyone. My name is Mohammed Al-Amr, and I'll be presenting to you today on behalf of my team with my colleague Arwa Baltan. We are incentivized. Our slogan is learn to earn. If we go back to the first slide. We are incentivized, and our slogan is learn to earn. Our challenge was in regards to the 4th SDG goal concerning improving the quality of education, and more specifically using digital means to do so. This is our team. We come from a variety of backgrounds, so each of us brings a different perspective to this important issue. Next slide. There are many problems in education, but the one we chose to tackle specifically is the lack of motivation. My dad, let me start by telling you a story. So my dad is a class teacher for 1st grade. So he's pretty much responsible for everything. Over many years of experience, he adopted the habit of giving his students different kinds of star stickers. So different sizes, different colors, different shapes. And that is if they do something good, like read well or memorize verses from the Quran, or just generally improve. And after collecting a certain number of stars, he would give them a small gift. With time, my dad realized that even when the stars are not attached to a gift, students would be really motivated to do well in assignments and very active and engaged in the classroom. And this is what we want to adapt in our platform. This problem was not only noticed by my father, it is actually recognized by many teachers in the kingdom. From our survey targeting teachers, we noticed that not only did 95% of teachers emphasize the importance of having rewards in the education process, but more than 78% of them spend out of their own pocket more than 100 riyals on rewards per semester. And in fact, the majority of them showed interest in having a centralized application to track and reward their students.
That's where we come in. Incentivize is a digital platform where students can collect points by completing tasks assigned to them by their teachers and exchange them for rewards. Teachers will not only be able to assign homework, but will also be able to focus on the students' growth by targeting other aspects such as watching educational videos, reading books, completing art projects, etc. And they will be able to get a detailed report progress about their students. When students acquire enough points, they can exchange them for rewards from our commercial partners. And by gamifying the rewarding process, this will keep students more engaged with their learning experience. Next slide, please. So our main goals is to motivate students, accelerate the rewarding process. As compared to a GPA where you have to wait a whole year, this tackles by assignments and it's more frequent. And lastly, customize the rewards to each student's interests. So if a student is into art, they can get art supplies. If they're an avid reader, they'll get books, and so on. We hope to get several impacts of this digital platform. And the most important one is the social development, where students can rely on themselves to grow. Secondly, is to increase the quality of education by increasing the talents in students. And also to impact the 2030 vision of Saudi Arabia, which focuses on national development and labor demand. Finally, is to contribute to other SDG goals, such as SDG number 8, which focuses on work and economic growth.
Right. We believe that there is a high potential for our product to succeed. The market value is estimated to be from 50 to 75 million riyals. And by 2030, it is estimated that the share of private schools will increase twice as much. And more importantly, the lack of motivation is a prominent issue that affects pretty much everyone. So addressing it will be of interest to a large segment of the population. Next. For our go-to market plan, we will target teachers by promoting our platform on social media and sending emails, and we will have a 50% discount for the first year of deployment to help ease the transition of our platform into the classroom. And later we will collaborate with private schools and the Ministry of Education to directly reach our target audience and establish a connection with them. With that, thank you very much for listening to our presentation, and we are very happy to answer any questions you have.
Thank you, team Incentivized Learning. Judges, your question.
Hi, thank you for your presentation. I have one small question. How you will generate revenues? From where?
Yeah, so for our revenue profit, we have three main ways of generating revenue. So it's mostly on subscription fees and some advertisement and processing fees that come with rewards. So for the initial phase, the subscription fees will dominate the revenue streams. And these come in two main packages. One is targeted towards teachers to introduce the technology to their individual classroom. And another package will be targeted towards schools, so they can implement our platform into the whole school, and they'll get more customized, tailored experience.
Thank you so much. It's a great idea. I have a question about the type of incentives you're going to give for the students. So, for example, Classera, they have these coupons for attendance and some marks. What type of incentives you are planning to provide?
Yeah, so there are two main criterias. One of them is digital vouchers, which is the main thing. And the other one is, we call them action rewards that the teacher promises the students. So for the incentives from the digital part of things, we're relying on the students already have an incentive towards something. So if the student is interested into art, then they'll have an incentive to get art supplies, or if they're more into reading, they'll have an incentive to get more books, or vice versa with gaming and all that sort of thing. We're just using the incentive that they already have to use it to get the engine running for the education, for their education experience. Yeah.
Thank you very much for the presentation. You know, marketplaces is always one of the most difficult business models to ignite, because you're trying to create the supply and the demand at the same time. And with your solution, there are three parties that I see in the proposed solution. You have the students that you want them to come on the platform, and you're trying to incentivize them through the gifts. But then you have also the teachers, and then you have the you know, the sponsors or the gift providers. So if you can just walk me in the way that you would want to acquire those different customers, how are you thinking about it? You know, what would make, you know, the sponsors come in and give you those gifts and say, yes, we're willing to do that? What would really incentivize the teachers themselves to come onto the platform? Just sharing that kind of perspective would help us as well to understand the customer acquisition, if you're thinking about all those three as your platform igniters.
Yeah, yeah, of course, that's a great question. So because it is true that it is hard to manage three parties, but from our survey, we noticed that teachers already spend a lot of money on rewards. So we're offering them a platform to like centralize the rewarding and give them an opportunity to track students, and that's our target from the teachers that already spend money on rewards. And we're hoping that having it in a digital platform and not having them physically go to shops and like choose gifts that might not fit each student's profile, then that will motivate them to like get engaged with our platform better. It just eases the process for them. And for students' engagement, we're hoping that when teachers adapt the technology in the classroom, they will tell the students to go on there because there are rewards already built in. And for the commercial partners, the student and teacher market is massive. So just access to a massive market would be lucrative. And we're also initially relying on having more of help with getting the rewards rather than just giving them the rewards directly from our commercial partners. So like we're reaching out to get like discounted prices or prices that are more manageable for the platform.
If you also may allow me to add to my colleague Mohammed, that we are also going to invite business through advertisements. We are going to invite business advertisers to sell and circulate their services to teachers and students. And this might guarantee that we will generate revenues, especially at the initial stage of marketing our platform.
I want to add just a comment. It's not a question, just to the point that we might, like from make no harm point of view, we might be adding a pressure on the teachers to pay for the incentives that they don't have to do it necessarily. So it would be interesting to tackle what kind of implications happen if we create a competition where teachers with better access to money have competitive advantage on other teachers. Thank you.
Yeah, so for our platform, the teachers will only be responsible for paying the initial subscription fees per semester. And the cost of the reward will come from the profit that we generate. And this will also be, we will have better margins because of our partnership with our commercial partners. So it will not be like teachers will not be spending more of their own money on their rewards, but rather just have like contribute to the platform as a whole, and the platform will be able to supply the rewards.
Thank you indeed, team Incentivized Learning, for a great presentation. And now we move to team number 6. شعاع، زهرة المسباع، نور الشهراني، أحمد الأحمد، نواف بن عوشن، محمد العطاس، صالح المقبل. And their challenge is, how can KSA accelerate the adoption of modern renewable energy? Team Shu'a, you have 5 minutes. Good luck. إذا ممكن الكليكر.
Assalamu alaikum. This is Shu'a'. We are team 6, solving SDG number 7, which is affordable and clean energy. Have you ever felt like I do when I receive my electricity bill and look at it and say, wow, that's too much? Well, what if I told you that you could save up to 60% of your electricity bill while having a positive impact on the environment? That's exactly what we're doing with Shu'a'. So let us tell you a little bit more about what we are going to do in Saudi and how we are going to build this clean energy enabler. Our solution is fully aligned with the vision of His Royal Highness to build a cleaner, greener, and more inclusive future in the kingdom. Our team came together from similar academic backgrounds related to energy. And we have this common passion for sustainability. And we all realize the size of the issue that we are facing. What are the issues that we are facing? We are facing two main issues. The first one is that we are high in energy consumption ranking. Although we are very proud to be high ranking, but this one is not the one that we want to be the top because of contributions of CO2 emissions, which makes polluted environment. Residential sector in Saudi Arabia consumes more than half of the national produced electricity. Also, it is expected that the peak power in Saudi Arabia to be doubled in the coming years. With this massive issues, you would think that in most of the places the solution is renewable energy, but in Saudi Arabia the renewable energy is already facing some challenges, such as lack of awareness. Our research showed that 81% of people have a low awareness toward renewable energy. And for those who are not aware about it, it is either very expensive or not easy to be accessed. With the survey that we did, it is showing a small minority of people are using solar panels. And for those who do not use it, they have the same challenges facing them. So based on these issues and challenges, we came up with Shu'a. What is Shu'a? Shu'a is a one-stop shop solution. It is a platform aiming to ease the access of the Saudi households to solar energy. Our hope is to generate 50% of the energy mix in Saudi Arabia from renewable energy sources, while it is only now 2%, by taking customers from emerging to mature market by 2030. Shu'a is different because we bring two things together. We bring unique services, and these services are within one platform. What we do as a platform is that we take the end users over all of these steps, from raising awareness through media platform to decision-making assistance by giving an engineering tools like analyzing the consumption of the customer to give them an optimal design of the PV system, then identifying financial solutions, and lastly connecting the customers with the vendor to help them to install solar panels. We hope that this platform is going to change the customer behaviors with impact across multi-dimensions. We see an environmental impact through the reduction of greenhouse gas emissions. It will help to reduce the cost of the electricity bills, giving people more disposable income by an increasing of around 5%. And it will raise awareness on such a critical topic like renewable energy. Shu'a contributes directly to our main SDG 7 and other SDGs 9, 11, and 13. As for our business case, we have not just developed our solution to have this strong economical and social impact only, but we've thought of it in a way to be financially sustainable. So, although we are starting with an initial capital cost of around 320k riyals, we expect that our business by 2030 will be generating a revenue of over 1 million riyals annually, and we expect that to be increasing. You might ask, what are our revenue streams? There are two. Fees from vendors. We'll be collecting money from vendors using our website, and also website advertisement. Our payback period is estimated at about 5 years, based on our two-phased approach. We will be focusing on raising awareness in order to reach market maturity and see attraction and customer interest. Based on that ambition, our go-to-market plan is composed of 4 phases. We'll start by getting required permit, secure funding, and website development. Then we'll attract service providers to the website, do an MVP launch. Then after that, we'll approach our customers in 2 phases, as mentioned. And after that, we'll be working with key entities like SEC and CACST so that we can enhance our customer experience and start scaling up the business. What we brought to you today is that Shu'a is live now. You can access through the QR code. You can see all the services within the platform and feel the customer experience that we designed. What's so great is that it was built fully in-house by Misk Fellows, which shows our dedication for the solution. We hope that by the end of this discussion, you will be convinced to convert to solar and help us to empower individuals to make brighter energy decisions. Thank you for listening. We'll be more than happy to answer your questions.
Thank you indeed, Team Shu'a. Judges, your questions.
Okay, my question is more technical. So you know that there are many challenges to renewable energy in Saudi Arabia, including the performance of PV and other things. So how are you going to tackle this?
Yes, this is what's great about solar panels. After many researches that we found that solar panels in Saudi is decreasing in cost and increasing in efficiency by 20% on an annual basis. So actually our business is increasing its feasibility with time. So this massive change in solar panels gives us more credit in the future, year by year. And this is increasing very rapidly.
Also, I'd like to add something regarding the efficiency of rooftop solar. So currently, in Saudi, there are a lot of strides towards centralized generation, but we focus more into decentralized generation by enhancing the adoption of these distributed energy resources. So when we have a lot of rooftop solar paired with battery energy storage systems, we would reduce the losses in the distribution network, increase the network reliability by enhancing redundancy in the generation sector. So we think that there are another benefit streams that benefits both the grid operator and the utility, in addition to the main beneficiary, which is the customer.
I'm not necessarily like looking for an answer with a number, but I would, as a consumer or as a resident, I would love it to have a sense of the things that I would care about. How much I'm going to pay, how much I'm going to invest, how much I'm going to save, and when is the break even. I guess as a consumer would look into these kind of details, and the investor would look at it because they care about what will incentivize the consumer. So
if you let me go with that question, how the customer will pay, it depends on the area of his unit. So in this specific question, we have an engineering tools. This engineering tools is responsible to give the optimal design of the PV system on such a unit. So based on our research, based on our approach, many optimization methods save up to half, minimize the return on investment period by half, and our engineering tools do that. So what we provide to the customer is that we're going to provide an engineering tools for him to minimize the return on investment and maximize the profit of the customer. So we have an optimal PV system for the customer.
Thank you again for the presentation. Just help me, right? Walk me through the process, right? So you have a customer who wants to change or replace the systems that they have at home to become, solar panel, and then you have the vendor on the other end who's actually providing that service,
yes,
right? And you've also mentioned that there is a financing solution for that investment that customer needs to make the construction and the capex that is required. So if you can just walk me through the whole cycle, right? And just, simplify the complexity that I see here, right? Between a customer who wants to go through this project and really needs credit financing, and how does that cycle would really go through? How does the cycle really gets completed, right? The transaction. And also the vendor, right? Coming through your platform and providing the service in somewhat a complex construction project, right? Where they need to estimate and visit and, So if you can walk me through the whole journey, that would be very helpful.
Okay. So it starts with the raising awareness. Then after that, there is the engineering tools that help us with determining what are the estimates of how many solar panels, what are the payback period on this investment itself. Then after that, he will be connecting with the vendors in not a complex way. I think it's a simple way. It's like having a list of vendors, provider, with their ratings and also with their prices. So the customer will enter the platform and check all the service providers. After he gets the estimates of his solar panels, how many solar panels he needs. Then after that, he will be connected to the vendors. After that, he will be able to install his solar panels. Regarding the financial solutions, there will be different payment options. Either it is straight cash, you can pay in straight cash, or have a customized loans. We'll be partnering with banks, etc. Or we did some benchmarking on globally, but there might be some of it might not be applicable in Saudi, some of it might be applicable. So outside of Saudi, there is one payment option where you could pay as you save. So after installing solar panels in your house, you could pay as you save from electricity bill to the service providers. So there is different payment options that might be applicable in the future in Saudis, and there is currently some payment options that are actually available.
Thank you very much, Team Shu'a, for a great presentation. And now we will move on to the next team. funny ستوري صارت لي قبل أول ما قريت عن المشاريع هذه حقت الطاقة البديلة وهذه الأمور. سألت أخوي قلت له إحنا كم ندفع بالفواتير الكهرباء سنويا؟ قال بالشتاء ولا بالصيف؟ قلت لا خلينا نشوف الشتاء. قال الشتاء تقريبا بالشهر 600 800. قلت طيب بالصيف؟ قال دبلها بأربعة حتى طفي اللمبات بنفس اللحظة. فيعطيهم العافية. يعني أنا عن نفسي تعلمت من هذه البرامج، وإن شاء الله إنه يكون إن شاء الله تاخذون من نفس هذه النوع التوعية، وإن شاء الله إنه يوم إذا صار السولار سيستم موجود بأسهلية وسهل وجوده، ممكن إن شاء الله أنا أول واحد بركب عندنا بالبيت سولار سيستم. طيب الآن ننتقل لفريق رقم 7 انرجي شير. صالح خميس، أحمد الراضي، موزة الملحم، منى الحربي، رزان الحيان، روزان خوجة. And their challenge is how can KSA promote sustainable energy consumption across the kingdom. Team Energy Share, 5 minutes. Good luck. Whenever you're ready. Good luck.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Our team was assigned the challenge of creating a solution which tackles how Saudi Arabia can promote sustainable energy consumption across the kingdom in efforts to achieve SDG 7. Now, a reminder that SDG 7 is all about ensuring access to affordable, reliable, sustainable, and modern energy for all. With that being said, our team decided to create Energy Share, a progressive solution that promises to deliver immense value in tackling the issue at hand. Next slide, please. Slide number 2, please. Before this? Thank you. Before talking any further about our solution, allow me to introduce our team. Our team members include Salih Khumayis, Moza al-Mulhim, Ahmed al-Radi, myself, Rozan Khawaja, Munir al-Harbi, and Razan al-Hayani. Next slide, please. All right, so before we began to look for a solution, we wanted to understand Saudi's current energy consumption more. Through our research, we identified that the residential sector consumes 30% of primary energy in the kingdom. We also identified that the primary energy resources consist of natural gas and crude oil. This prompts an imbalance in Saudi's energy mix, which is also exacerbated by limited renewable energy investments, which require high capital that often falls on the government. Next slide, please.
So, what can we do to address the aforementioned problems? Now, imagine a platform that allows households to own share in renewable energy projects like solar and wind farms. The electricity generated from these projects is then placed back into the household's electricity bills. Our vision is the promotion of clean energy powered by consumers. Our mission is making renewable energy more accessible by supplying the Saudi market with affordable, transparent, and effective investment opportunities in renewable energy. In simpler terms, with Energy Share, you're owning renewable energy asset without the hustle. Next slide, please.
And for now, to visualize the client experience throughout participating in Energy Share, imagine there is a platform that offers crowdfunding opportunities for local green projects, whereas the household will have the opportunity to invest and decide the amount they want to contribute starting from 100 riyals, which means these shareholders will have a percentage of ownership in this sustainable and clean energy that is intended to end up stored to be sold for the Saudi electricity market. As a result, consumer will get a reduction in their regular electricity bill accordingly. Next slide, please. However, why do we believe that our Saudi market is ready for such an initiative? Actually, after conducting a survey that evaluated three main dimensions concerning energy share, we were surprised that over 90% of people care about saving the environment, along with enabling the transitional movement towards renewable energy use. In addition to that, Alpha crowdfunding market is not mature enough in Saudi. We were shocked to know that over 83% of the respondents were willing to invest in energy share. And because we are acknowledge this gap and aim to take energy share a step further, this motivates us to profoundly study Saudi consumers' behavior. We are proud to say that we are recently got admitted to the Green Project Conference in London to present our paper on crowdfunding for Saudi Arabia Green Projects. Next, please.
You may ask, how would Energy Share impact Saudi Arabia? Economically speaking, Energy Share will create a new market for renewable energy that is more affordable and an easy access to consumers. Environmentally, Energy Share will reduce the emission of greenhouse gases since the generated electricity is from a clean, sustainable energy sources. Socially, Energy Share will create new job opportunities in the fintech and energy sectors. In the energy sector, there would be a quantum leap in the creation of more sustainable Saudi, aiding the Saudi Green Initiative. In the finance sector, there would be a quantum leap in the promotion of crowdfunding projects, creating more and more investment opportunities for the Saudi public. Next slide, please.
So how exactly does Energy Share work and what value are we creating for our customers? Energy Share promises to provide affordable renewable energy through crowdfunding, creating reachable energy where our customers control how much they're willing to invest and benefit from our low and stable running costs. We are offering a first-time investment opportunity in Saudi where customers own a personal stake in clean energy generation that is risk and hassle-free. Of course, our greatest value comes by promoting sustainable energy consumption, increasing the amount of green energy on the grid, and thus boosting Saudi's renewable energy capacity. Next slide, please.
So in terms of our go-to-market plan, we started by conducting market research and identifying our target audience. Having done that, we're now gearing up to secure all legal arrangements and logistics. Next, we'll design and develop the application and website. After that, we will directly present our solution to government entities such as the Saudi Electricity Company and the Ministry of Energy. We will also establish supply and demand partnership in order to obtain funding and support. And in this regard, our project showed a great interest and full support from the Director of Innovation and Business Development in Saudi Airlines. Finally, we will launch and maintain the platform, and to ensure scalability, we will offer individuals who are willing to invest in green energy projects a reduction in their monthly electricity bills. It is time to kickstart clean energy future. We are on a mission to unleash Saudi Arabia's green power and make clean energy ownership and consumption affordable and accessible to everyone. Thank you for listening, and we would be happy to answer your questions now.
Thank you very much, Team Energy Share. Judges, your questions?
If I may, thank you so much. Just one quick comment. I couldn't صراحة let go. You presented at the beginning of the presentation, you showed that the residential sector consumes 30%, while the team just before you mentioned it was 50. So I don't know which one is closer to being true, but in my view, that this number is the foundation of your business. So if you get it wrong, everything else will follow in terms of failure. So you are not supposed to give me an answer now. You need to discuss the references with the other team right after this event and decide which one is true. Maybe you average them. That's a joke. You need to get the right number.
Thank you very much for your comment. I would go for this answer. All our references is based on CAPSARC, which is an organization to give statistical analysis for Saudi Arabia's energy sector. Whether our team or us, I don't want to say they are wrong or we are right. At the end of the day, our goal is to promote clean energy. And there are different terms is used for residential sectors or whether industry and so on. So I think this is my answer to clarify this.
Yeah, I agree with you that your main goal is to promote clean energy, but this number is the foundation of your business feasibility. So if it was 10%, for example, it wouldn't be your business.
I do want to say that. I think we have the right number because we already got this paper accepted to be published in a conference. So we have made sure that we have the right references.
Okay, then I will challenge the other team to prove it. Thank you so much.
Assalamu alaikum. Great idea. I like it. So now you are a fintech company that you're gonna invest the money you raise in energy projects. So who's gonna implement this energy project? Is it energy share, or you're gonna give this money to another company, like for example Aqua Power or somebody else to create these farms of energies?
That's a really good question. So initially, in terms of generally, fintech companies are merely a mediator of such transaction. So in this term, Energy Share is a fintech company that will connect with other suppliers to make that happen.
And I have to clear something here from a guy who's working in the oil and gas industry. You know how complex is the energy sector in Saudi Arabia. Most of the companies in Saudi, like Saudi Airlines, as well as STC, have going through privatization. However, the Saudi electricity companies still not yet went to privatization due to the fund that the government is supporting this sector. So currently, right now in the world, there is a huge crisis because of the Ukraine crisis and the Russia war. And this has indeed reflected the energy prices accordingly. So in Saudi Arabia, if we look in the future, that the government, if the government is not supporting the electricity prices, then we will have a huge impact of energy bills. And here comes our solution, mainly on how we can benefit from that. The idea is we want to build farms, whether it's wind farms as well as solar farms, and consumers can buy shares in that farms, and this will get back to their electricity bill, where it can reduce the electricity bill depending on the share they purchase. Personally, me and other team members within the group have purchased similar crowdfunding opportunities within the UK, where you basically buy a share and have allocated place in a project that is going to be implemented in the future. And once these farms are being generated, depending on the amount of the kilowatts you have, this will be back onto your energy bill.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I would just comment and say, I think that was an important and integral part of the presentation that needed to be there, right? I would just, advise you that since, you are fundamentally trying to do a crowd fund, just having the economics of the crowd fund in terms of your key assumptions. You mentioned, from as a minimum of 100 to 5,000 real, but if you have all of the economics of one fund, how would it look like? What's the project cost? How many people would you need to subscribe? What would be the fundraise? What would be the return? I think that's an essential slide to have in your presentation and your pitch, because everything is dependent on that. And that I did not see in your presentation. It was in the business plan, but in the pitch itself was just missing.
If I may add a question, do you have any clue or insight if the key players who's in the market already are having a challenge in financing their projects?
So particularly, we can talk about like globally. Usually green tech sector has low cash flow and low capital. And what we're currently offering is an opportunity for an easy access to that capital.
Thank you very much, Team Energy Share, for a great presentation. Before we move on to the next team, fun fact, I just learned yesterday that they published their project to one of the elite organization, and they say they get initial acceptance. So يستاهلون تحية. الله يقويهم إن شاء الله. طبعا. And this is a sign of how they go the extra mile without being asked. So great job. And now, team number 8, Energy. أحمد نحاس, جود سمباوة, جود المخرج, نجود بفرد, روان فهد, Abdullah العتيق, and their challenge is how can KSA reduce dependency on high-tech imports. Good luck, Team Energy. 5 minutes. The floor is yours. Whenever you're ready.
Just waiting for Najib.
Team Energy, whenever you're ready.
Assalamu alaikum. Today, we are going to introduce a solution that will reduce Saudi dependency on high-tech imports. With such a challenging yet intriguing question at hand, we have a devoted team from various backgrounds to tackle this challenge, along with collaborations with incredible potential partners who believe in our vision. In order to answer the question, we assisted a wide range of Saudi's high-tech imports. One key market stood out as it is estimated to be among Saudi's greatest import by 2030. This market is the solar industry. Saudi plans to generate 50% of its power through renewable energy. The country's solar target for 2030 is 40 gigawatts. The current solar panels' local production volume is only 729 megawatts. This means that 39,271 megawatts of solar panels are going to be imported to cover the local demand, which is equivalent to $10 billion. Thus, it is crucial to address this problem. When we looked closely at the solar panel supply chain in Saudi, we found that 1, there are local plants that manufacture polysilicon, ingots, and wafers. And 2, we found that there are assembly plants that import solar cells and assemble them to make solar panels. However, we found a gap in the market that hinders local solar companies' ability to grow. This gap is the lack of solar cell manufacturers in Saudi, and that's where the problem lies.
And thus, we introduce Energy. Energy aims to localize the manufacturing of solar cells and panels and establish Saudi as a key regional enabler, and we'll show you how. But first, to successfully enter such a market, there are three factors that we must address. As for financing our ambitious project, we're collaborating with SIDF and PIF's programs to cover up to 100% of finances needed. And then all the HR, distribution, and manufacturing plant needs will be enabled through our collaboration with Mudun, HRDF, and their network of partners. As for the technology, Energy has gained interest from our potential joint venture partners, such as China Solar from China, which is currently the 9th largest solar panel manufacturer in the world. We've also gained interest from Oxford PV and Freya, who currently own the most promising emerging solar cell R&D. And finally, to ease the resistance of adoption, Energy is collaborating with the Riyadh Bank to allow you to conveniently finance solar panels for your homes. We also got a green light from His Excellency, Minister Abdul Latif bin Abdulaziz Al-Sheikh of the Ministry of Islamic Affairs to install solar panels in mosques across the kingdom. I'll pass it on to Abdullah.
Okay, in order to proceed with our project and in order to make it feasible, we proceed in 2 steps. Phase 1 is we target crystalline silicon cells, which represent 90% of the existing solar cell market. We then proceed to phase 2, which we introduce a new technology called tandem solar cells. They are basically comprised of crystalline silicon, which we use in phase 1, and then we also add a perovskite layer. This results in an enhanced efficiency, which can improve our utilization rate and also introduces a new product, a new innovative product to the Saudi market. And you might wonder as well, would this be feasible? Can we localize solar tech in Saudi Arabia? This is indeed possible, but through 2 main steps. The first one is we enhance and optimize our supply chain in terms of material cost, automation, energy efficiency. And with all of this, together with our partners, we arrive at competitive costs by 2030. In addition to that, we estimate that we're going to contribute 3.6 gigawatts out of the 40 gigawatt estimated in the Saudi's vision. Our goal as Energy is to be a collaborative brand. We partner with European tech providers as well as Asian solar manufacturers to provide the scale and to also meet the demand necessary for Saudi Arabia and the whole MENA region.
Energy's mission is to enable the transition between being a technology provider and a technology owner. This can happen through partnering with main technology partners and localizing their state-of-the-art technology. After localizing their state-of-the-art technology, we will be able to gain knowledge and then gain talent. Then through that, we will be able to boost our own R&D, and through that, we will be able to create innovations and thus become a technology owner. Our facilities will be based on the West Coast in collaboration with Mudun industrial cities. This is because we want to leverage their existing network of ports for future exportation. Our impact assessment, we do not only solve the reliance on high-tech imports, but we will also solve 11 other SDGs. For example, for economical impact, we will reduce high-tech imports. We will also reduce unemployment and increase R&D innovation. For social impact, we will empower women in the technology sector. We will raise awareness about illnesses caused by pollution, and we will support renewable energy accessibility. For environmental impact, we will reduce greenhouse gas emission and we will reduce water consumption. And finally, for strategic impact, we will become a global member in the solar cell industry, and we will diversify the economy. Finally, we will utilize the different natural resources, such as silicon, and utilize government incentives to reach the vision of 2030, which is to create a thriving economy. We are Energy, and we plan to bring the most innovative solar tech into the Saudi desert. I would like to thank our advisory board. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, Team Energy. Judges, your questions.
So I just wanted to start by complimenting you on your presentation. I really liked how detailed it was, explaining, the value proposition, going into the concept, going into the impact, the detailed implementation plan. I think you've done really a good job in putting all of this together. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I want to ask you, what makes you different from Masdar? Masdar also manufacture PVs in Saudi.
Yeah, excellent question. If I may answer? So we basically kind of found a gap in the market, which there is no existing solar cell manufacturer. There is existing solar panel manufacturers. However, when it comes to the Saudi market, there isn't a player that's accommodating this need as of now. What's happening with existing players or regional players such as Masdar is they import their solar cells or they manufacture them locally through small laboratories. However, they don't address the scale required for the 40 gigawatt target that's required by 2030. So our aim is to collaborate. We found that there is existing R&D centers, such as Oxford PV, that is willing to scale their technology. It's coming online beyond 2025, and they need players to scale their technology. We aim to do just that, but we don't make the risk of transitioning into tandem cells, for example, but we start with an existing crystalline silicon market, which accounts for 90% of the solar tech market. I hope that answers the question.
So you mentioned you're going to manufacture the cell themselves. So that means the silicon wafers.
Yes. So we import or we use suppliers who make the ingots, who fabricate these materials. And what we do is we make the wafers as well as the cells to not just decrease the cost locally, but we also want to bring a new product to the market. And also we noticed there is a lot of suppliers who have amazing mining potential, and we also have abundant raw materials in the form of silica, sand, but they don't have a product that drives this demand. So what we do is we provide a new innovative product to drive a demand for these suppliers to mine these materials and bring it to the market.
Okay.
Two quick questions.
Sure.
Do you have estimated initial cost, and have you talked with any of the potential buyer?
Yeah, excellent question. So for the first one, we estimate the capital cost to be 30 million. This is going to be distributed between our crystalline silicon line as well as the tandem cell line. For the tandem cell line, it's much more uncertain because there hasn't been a player that launched or commercialized this technology. However, for the crystalline silicon, we used existing benchmarks in the existing Saudi market. So we looked at companies like Desert Technologies, we looked at G-Tech, we looked at even private sellers who manufacture panels, and we went from there. We also asked them about their procurement costs, which it took a while, but we managed to find some figures. That's for the first question. Can you remind me of the second?
Potential buyers.
Yeah. So we try to have potential partners from different dimensions, but mainly it was about technology. So I mentioned in the presentation that we're looking to collaborate with European tech providers in the form of Oxford PV. They're going to provide the technology. So what we're going to do is some kind of a joint venture. How we're going to do that and attract them is through existing mechanisms that Saudi is implementing, such as tax incentives, etc. Another thing we're doing is we're using economies of scale, and we're taking the know-how from Chinese manufacturers and also Japanese manufacturers as well. We had a visit to Japan, so it enabled us to have this exposure. We had early talks. They were willing to investigate because we're not just targeting Saudi, but we're targeting MENA as a whole.
Any questions? Thank you very much, Team Energy, for a great presentation.
Thank you for listening.
And now, with Team فكرة, رنا أزهر, وليد صديق, رؤود أحمد, دانا المديفيع, فيصل البزاوي, أبرار الشيخ. And their team is: how can KSA promote innovation and investment in R&D to build resilience against health and economic crisis? Team فكرة, the floor is yours whenever you're ready.
Can we please start with the first slide? The previous one. Yeah. This picture refers to an ancient story of a group of blind men who each examined an elephant from a different part. Though each was partly right, only together were they able to understand what it was. Many researchers today are not different from this group of men. They view issues from their own disciplines. But modern challenges, such as those of COVID-19, showed that researchers must cross the boundaries of disciplines. KSA has a long way to go to develop its research capabilities. We rank 47th in investments in R&D and 51st in the number of researchers per million inhabitants. Thus, our team was tasked to address the challenge under SDG 9, which is how can KSA promote investment and innovation in R&D in order to build resilience against health and economic crises, a target that must be met by 2030. Health and economic resilience are both mentioned because a strong healthcare system is absolutely crucial for a strong economy. It allows the economy to recover quickly and minimizes losses, as shown during the recent pandemic. Now let's take a closer look into the journey of an individual innovator in KSA. Ahmed is a medical staff member in a rural hospital. During his work, he came up with this brilliant, innovative idea. When thinking about how to pursue it, he realized that first, he has limited networking opportunities. He didn't have access to healthcare researchers outside his hospital network, let alone researchers from other disciplines, such as engineers, who can help him bring his idea into reality. And second, he has limited financial resources. He doesn't know of the support some entities can offer him, simply because he's not part of their network. And he thinks that financial support is actually out of reach, since innovative ideas are associated with high risk. And so he drops the idea altogether, and we lose the potential impact he could have had. Ahmed is not a fictional character. He's the result of our surveying and interviewing with tens and tens of researchers, R&D leaders, and investors that are immersed in the R&D ecosystem in Saudi. In addition to problems facing researchers on an individual level, government legislations restrict access to data, and its bandwidth actually limits R&D fund distribution. As a result, we found out that private sector cannot find enough trust or incentives to invest in local talent, which results in their low investments. Now let's take a look at the healthcare market in KSA, which has a huge opportunity for R&D. KSA's pharma and medical device markets are valued at $15 billion combined. This year alone, it invested $36 billion in health and social development. One market segment is academic researchers, who account for around 2 million of our users. The opportunity does not stop there. Expanding to the MENA region, these numbers increase 10 to 100-fold. Currently, there are solutions to research infrastructure in KSA, but these initiatives are not able to acknowledge individual research interests. There are also solutions for bringing commercialization-ready products into the market, but they do not offer support along the technology development journey itself, nor are they delivering focused impact on health. And that's where NOAA comes into play. Our project NOAA is a unique network connecting researchers and investors in healthcare projects. It is an AI-powered collaborative hub that fosters multidisciplinary research teams to promote innovation and facilitates de-risked funding opportunities in order to increase investments in R&D. Through the use of AI, NOAA empowers researchers by providing networking and funding opportunities, and it serves funders by providing access to vetted researchers, de-risked projects, market data, as well as crowdfunding opportunities. NOAA is an online web app that has 3 gateways. First, the peer net, where researchers like Ahmed can meet others across disciplines. Second, after they connect, Ahmed can share his idea and attract research partners. And third, the opportunity portal, where Ahmed can explore funding from private companies, investors, as well as government. To be financially sustainable, we're diversifying our income streams, including fees for commission, team hosting services, freemium subscription, as well as advertising. Our conservatively estimated payback period is 5 years and over $1.3 million in revenue by 2030. Our target markets are KSA researchers and developers on one hand, and private and government funders on the other. Our established partnerships with not only one, but 3 key entities so far, including Sadaya, Marine, and the Saudi Authority of IP, will help us make the project launch feasible. Our team has strong research expertise in human-centered engineering design and medicine and law, entrepreneurship, and economics. We're only seeking an IT specialist. Our roadmap is on phases with associated KPIs for each. It includes a design phase where we do the MVP, a building phase where we launch the full features, a growth phase where we optimize the user experience and integrate our API with our strategic partners. And lastly, we will scale up to the MENA region in our expansion phase. With NOAA, we got a great uptake from our survey. We will enable KSA to address targets of SDG 9, as well as other SDGs, including good health, education, economic growth, and global partnerships. In the first 2 years, we will ask for $100K as a pre-seed fund for product build and operation. With that, I would like to thank everyone who helped us build NOAA, and a preview of the platform will play as we welcome questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much,
Team
Team
NOAA. We would
NOAA.
appreciate it if we can keep the last slide up.
Okay.
Because we also have backup slides.
Thank you very much, Team Fikra or NOAA. Judges, your questions.
أنا أحييكم على الفكرة الإبداعية في تحدي زي هذا صعب يعني كان. سؤال، ليش اخترتوا الهيلث كير وما عممتوها على قطاعات مختلفة؟
سلايد، محتاجة سلايد. أيوة. Thank you for your question, Dr. Bassem. I think Abrar can take this question.
Thank you very much for this question. This is a great question. Actually, we thought about R&D and then in all industries, but we first chose to start with healthcare because there is an exception to investments, private investments in healthcare and Saudi are actually globally. Healthcare investors, they have to do local research and studies in the countries where they want include or go to the market. They have to go through the FDA certification for drugs or for medical devices. So this gives them even more incentive to invest in local research. And that's one reason why we started. And the other reason, because healthcare is one of the highest priorities in research for KSA right now. It's one of the 4 pillars for RDIA. Walid, you can add if you have anything to add.
Yeah, you understand that it's probably the hardest to invest in because of still we don't have all the regulation. The FDA is still developing the clinical trials and all these regulations. Investors are not willing to invest for a long term, the high capital. All these challenges could really be a risk for your project.
Dr. Bassem.
That's actually very true. We have identified this as one of the challenges on our launch, and we're de-risking this by keeping on contact with our partners. We've actually met with people from NIH and KMARC as well, and RDIA, and they all extended their support. They also showed their progress currently in order to establish the gaps in our infrastructure. For example, for clinical trials, we only had clinical trials for phase 3 and 4 in Saudi, but they're currently working on clinical trials for phase 1 and 2 to even attract more investors for long-term fundamental research.
Any other questions?
If I may add, so I'm a partner in a biotech company in California, and I've been hesitating, and I was talking to a lot of people around in Saudi, telling them like I want to establish my company in Saudi, but the issue is like not having the clear vision of how I can build a company and a biotech company in Saudi is a big important point, and this is like where the whole idea is supporting, like we can link all of these parts where the government and the individuals as well as the private sector to involve more and more into clinical trials and etc. FDA and all regulation will be supported if they saw a lot of private sector willing to have their companies inside Saudi, and then private sector will be very encouraged to build these companies if they have the data and they have like a tool that they can reach out to a certain group or research groups. So it's a collaboration between all these three sectors.
I have something to add if that's okay. So why did we start with the health sector? The SDG itself is about the infrastructure in Saudi, and Abrar mentioned in the presentation that the health sector impacts the infrastructure very heavily, more so than any other sector. So the reason why we started with the health sector is because we want to target a strong infrastructure in Saudi. Once we have a strong infrastructure, our plan is to move on to other sectors in the future. For example, we can tackle the economic structure or financial or business or other types of fields that also need strength and research capabilities.
Yeah, and we plan to keep the platform scalable. We can, after in the expansion phase, actually we had two options that we're discussing among our team, either expanding within other industries first, and then expanding to the MENA or vice versa.
Thank you. We welcome any more questions.
Are there any similar platforms to what you're trying to create? So sometimes benchmarking, international players help, help you make the value proposition of what you're trying to do regionally or locally.
Yes, I can take on this question. We thought about other benchmarks. For example, our first competitor is LinkedIn because it does provide collaboration or networking opportunities. However, it's not directed towards research funding, and it does not enable researchers to form research teams. It's not directed at the needs of the healthcare market in Saudi, and we need something that's unique to Saudi's needs in order to help strengthen the infrastructure. We also thought about Hulul, which is the Ministry of Education initiatives. It links university researchers with work opportunities. We also thought about Ma'in Network, which provides data transferring and storage. However, it's limited to CAC's network, does not provide research funding. We also thought about Sharik, which is a database for health research. It does not provide collaboration or funding opportunities. And if you can go back to the previous slide, we also considered ResearchGate. However, it does not provide research funding opportunities, nor does it facilitate collaboration between researchers. And those are the key assets of NEWA that other platforms do not have.
Thank you, Noah. This is a very comprehensive answer. And actually, for Ma'in, we've identified it as potential partner rather than a competitor, because we actually can build on the infrastructure that they have.
Sometimes when you're doing benchmarking and you look into the market and you want to be innovative, right, as an entrepreneur, and you want to start something new, and entrepreneurs are meant to challenge the status quo, right? And this is part of it. But it's also an indicator of, are there other players who've tried to do this and failed or didn't succeed, right? And digging behind this helps really in validating or de-risking what you're trying to do. So I think I would just, encourage you to further dig, right? Because while you want to do something and it's new to the region, but it's also something that's other countries that has a lot of investment in research and development, it's a question to be asked, right? Why hasn't it existed so far? What prevented it from happening? Why is it? So, and that could tie into what Dr. Hassan is saying, right? The investor appetite in investing in very long-term research until it gets commercialized. But I would just, encourage you to dig further into why don't we see others, and are there examples of failures, right, to what you're trying to do?
Yes. Thank you very much. Do you want to address or? Okay, thank you very much. Actually, again, this is like one of the very main challenges, attracting investors and making actually this work. And I think one of the reasons why this is very high risk is because research projects, as you mentioned, are very long term, and which makes them very infrequent as well. And that's why we want to first diversify our income streams. We have multiple services and tools we provide to our users, so they find the entire toolkit of that helps them throughout their research journey, provided to them in the hub. I think this is one main aspect that facilitates the entire interaction. Another thing is vetting. We vet researchers. We think that in local investors, actually, I've worked as a research engineer for more than 4 years, and I've seen how there are a lot of companies in KSA that outsource research to global researchers instead of local talents. And there are many reasons. Currently, RDIA and the government is working on establishing research in all universities rather than having it focused on only a few universities. But there are also lack of trust, and I think the lack of trust comes from lack of impact, and the lack of impact comes from the lack of investments and from the private sector. So it's like a cycle. And by de-risking the projects themselves, we're planning to do due diligence on the projects themselves in order to de-risk them for the investors. And also by vetting researchers, showing their qualifications, showing their publications, showing the projects they worked on. We think that all of this is going to de-risk the investment opportunity itself. And also we have different types of research projects. Not all of them are actually long-term. Some of them are very short-term. You can sponsor a group of researchers in order to write a paper, to publish it in conferences. Maybe they just need some funding to go to conferences. There are or maybe you can have longer term. Maybe you can fund a PhD student or a postdoc student. Maybe you can fund clinical trials that can last for a few months. So there are different types of investment opportunities, and this information can be entered by the investors in their side of the platform.
Thank you very much, Abrar, and thank you very much for Team Noah for a great presentation. And last but not least, Team Tharwa, team number 10. ربى البلوي، عبد العزيز الموسى، مهدية الدهنيم، سارة المرواني، علاء بن محفوظ. The floor is yours. And their challenge is: how can KSA leverage innovation digital solution to educate and enable sustainable household exponentially? Team Tharwa, the floor is yours.
Assalamu alaikum. Do you ever get the feeling at the end of the month when you look at your bank balance and it's not as exciting as you would hope? If you ever felt that way, you are not alone. The average Saudi household income is about 15,000 riyals. Can you guess how much of that is left at the end of the month? Less than 2%. Saving is becoming a challenge because technology is making it easier for us to spend. Think about the number of transactions that you make today compared to 10 years ago. Think about how easy is it to buy things from your living room now. Even though technology is selling convenience, managing our expenses in this fast-paced lifestyle has become overwhelming and heavy. And this is why we want to lift the weight off people's shoulders, to give them the control and help declutter their expenses. We want to fill the gap between technologies that make you spend compared to those that make you save. We want to help people reach financial freedom. This is Team Tharwa, and we all come from diverse backgrounds, which really helped us form an interesting solution for our challenge. We propose Tharwa as a personal finance management app that promotes financial literacy. We know there are similar apps out there, so how are we any different? First of all, we want to make the experience personal. We want to make people feel like someone is helping them navigate through all this clutter. As you can see, the app begins to understand you as soon as you sign up. It asks you personal questions. This is not just for individuals, but also for groups and households. But more importantly, the education space in our solution is huge.
we want, so Tharwa is not just a tool to give you the controls and the simple tools. It's about fostering the culture to save. This is where we share things like Saudi initiatives and where we conduct awareness campaigns. We also want to create a sense of community. So far, using fintech apps has become more like a single-player game. We want to change that by giving people the space to share their insights. There's always that one person who can get you the cheapest ticket flights in some creative way. And we see these examples floating around WhatsApp and other social media. So wouldn't it be great to give them the space to organize that, but also gain from it? And that takes us to our gamified component of the app, where you gain rewards for contributing to the community and you gain rewards for achieving your goals. Finally, we present offers tailored for your financial profile in different areas of our app. We conducted a survey, and the results are with Sarah.
Thank you. So in order to personalize the experience for our users, we conducted a survey from a pool of household owners all over the kingdom, asking them about their personal struggles with managing expenses and whether they would be interested in a solution such as ours. 65% of respondents reported struggling to manage their expenses at the end of the month. 92% had never used the financial management app, and yet 83% were interested. Therefore, we see there is a clear sentiment from individuals to take on a solution such as ours. There is a clear gap, and Tharwa can make a difference. One thing we believe in is that habits are the building blocks for remarkable results. The great thing is that Tharwa inherently measures and monitors habit improvements for both individuals and the collective community. So this allows us to directly assess our impact towards our SDG goal of responsible consumption and production. For example, one way in which we can measure the success of the solution is by asking, how close are households to the 10% savings target? Now, the Saudi market for fintech products is huge. But if we consider the obtainable scale of personal finance applications, the market is estimated to be at 1.2 billion. At the same time, the Saudi Central Bank recently rolled out its open banking policy, which serves as a great timing opportunity. We believe that there is the space and it is the time for such a solution. So our revenue streams will come from three main sources. The first is promotions for offers targeted towards connecting users with means of healthy spending. The second is data analytics, which involves reporting trends to help in making future accurate decisions for both private and public sectors. And finally, user subscriptions, which involves premium features such as financial coaching. Our most significant source would be promotions, and we estimate a profit of 4 million in 5 years. So we'll follow a typical milestone plan over the next year. We want to start with our freemium features in order to establish a user base. Then we'll slowly roll out our premium features tailored to that data. We also need to go through the Saudi Central Bank regulatory sandbox in order to launch our application on a live environment. And finally, we believe that Tharwa will directly impact our SDG goal, but are also confident that this impact will extend to other goals. We're also happy to provide a solution that directly contributes to our Vision 2030 targets. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you indeed, Team Tharwa. Judges, your questions.
Allow me to start. So what kind of goals a person can get or set in the beginning of using these apps? Is it just a percentage, or is it a clear goal to invest, to buy something very big? Because just saving could encourage the behavior of spending this money that they saved more next month, for example. So I want to understand.
Thank you so much. I can go ahead and answer these questions. So there's a variety of goals that can be long-term or short-term goals. But like it can start as simple as like a trip by the end of the year, or buying cars, or like even buying or having your own house. So it's tailored based in what our users are aiming for. and that can be tailored as like at the beginning of using our applications. And that's also one of our KPIs to track the progress of households and individuals, if they are close to reaching the goal, or how we can encourage them to get closer to reaching the goal.
Boring question. SMS or API?
API.
Okay.
Other questions, judges? Okay. Sadly, I think this is it. I'm very sad. This is. Thank you very much, Team Tharwa. As I said, it's very sad that we are almost done, or actually we are done with all teams. Great job. شكرا جزيلا لكل الفرق. شاكرين ومقدرين لكم جهدكم واجتهادكم. إن شاء الله سوف ننتقل للاستراحة لمدة 10 دقائق، وأدعو لجنة التحكيم إلى قاعة إمباكت لمراجعة التقييم، ومن ثم نعود ونعلن عن الفائزين. فكونوا معنا عن قرب، وحياكم الله للريفرشمنت والكافي بريك. 10 دقائق بإذن الله. نرجع والسادة، رجاء العودة لمقاعدكم. سوف نبدأ بإعلان فائزين الآن. السيدات والسادة، رجاء العودة لمقاعدكم. سوف نبدأ بإذن الله بعد دقيقتين الإعلان عن نتائج المسابقة. وصلتني بس ما شفتها للحين. السيدات والسادة، ندعوكم للعودة لمقاعدكم. سوف نبدأ بعد دقيقة. يونس. هنا الفائزين. مين يدفع أكثر وأعطيه إياه؟ أوكي ننتظر شوي. لا النص الثاني أتوقع هذا اللي ما فازوا أقل حظا، لكن كلهم فائزين معي. طيب الآن نبدأ، وقبل ما نعلن لكم عن الفائزين واللي صراحة يعني جت عروض كثيرة يعني أنتم ما تدرون عنها بالجوال تو. الحين نبي نكرم ناس عزيزين وغاليين علينا صراحة، واللي كانوا يشتغلون معنا وهم جزء من نجاح البرنامج. طبعا حنا في مؤسسة محمد بن سلمان نعتمد أو نحب نتعامل مع شركاء، ودائما الشركاء يكونون added value. ليش؟ لأنه حنا بالمؤسسة نؤمن أنه يعني إحنا ممكن نروح مراحل كبيرة لحالنا، لكن نؤمن بشكل أكبر وأن بنوصل لإنجازات أكثر وأفضل إذا صرنا مع شركاء. فتحياتي للشركاء الأعزاء اللي معنا اليوم، واللي دائما هم معنا ودائما يكونون جزء من هذا النجاح. وطبعا دورهم ما يقتصر فقط على أنهم كونهم جاجز معنا أو أنهم من لجنة التحكيم، لا هم معنا من بداية السنة. هم كانوا معنا أو ساهموا في ديزاين لبرنامج المسابقة، وأيضا ساعدونا في اختيار التحديات، ساعدونا في معسكر أو صياغة المعسكر ويخلونه مناسب للزملاء والتحديات اللي احنا بنقدمها لهم. وأيضا وفروا مستشارين خاصين لكل فريق عشان يوجههم بالطريقة المناسبة للنجاح والخروج بمخرجات مثل هذه. فبالنسبة حاليا سوف نطلب أو نتشرف بدعوة مدير إدارة القيادة في مسك الدكتور بندر الهجن لتكريم الشركاء، فليتفضل مشكورا. حياك الله أبو محمد. تفضل هنا. جميل. طبعا حاليا بنبدأ بشريكنا وزارة الاتصالات وتقنية المعلومات، وتستلمها بالنيابة الأستاذة مها الملق، فتفضل مشكورا. مدينة الملك عبد العزيز للعلوم والتقنية الدكتور باسم حسين، تفضل مشكور. هيئة تنمية البحث وتطوير الابتكار الأستاذة فرح أبا الخير. منشآت الأستاذة أفنان البابطي. UNDP الأستاذ عاصم صلاح. بين أند كومباني الأستاذ أحمد بوشناق. Strategy and Mr. Sergio, Principal of Strategy and. طبعا شكرا للشركاء. وحاليا أنا حاب أقول قبل ما نعلن عن الفائزين واللي عددهم 5 واللي ضيعت الورقة أنا ما أدري وين راحت. أوكي معليش. طبعا يعطيهم العافية جميعا لكل من شارك معنا في هذه المسابقة وتعب واجتهد وسهر وسوى ميتينجز وعدد ساعات واستثمر ساعات كثيرة من وقته بال11 أسبوع الماضية. فشكرا لكم وكلكم لكم تحية كبيرة مني لكم ومن الجميع. أنا جدا صراحة معجب بالعمل اللي عملوه، وذكرت أكثر من مرة أنه يعني ب11 أسبوع المخرجات اللي هم صنعوها وشفناها اليوم يعني فعلا عمل يشكرون عليه. حاليا واللحظة المنتظرة، لأني لو كملت في نظرات هنا ممكن يعني في نظرات تخوف صراحة، فالله يعيننا عليه. طبعا جاهزين؟ مرة الأستاذ عاصم متحمس يبغى يصوت، يبغى يصفق. طيب، وبالمركز الخامس حسب تقييم السوشيال ميديا ثاني أكثر فريق حصل على تصويت في منصات السوشيال ميديا هو سوا نتمرن. للأسف سوا نتمرن مو معنا اليوم، لكن إن شاء الله بتوصلكم هداياكم عما قريب. طيب، وبالمركز الرابع وأيضا حسب تقييم السوشيال ميديا بأكثر عدد أصوات فريق يعين. ما شاء الله عليهم. سوا نتمرن ويعين يعني حصلوا على عدد أصوات جدا كبير، يعني يعين الحال حصل على 2000 صوت تقريبا، فما شاء الله عليهم. سوا نتمرن أيضا حصل على ما يقارب 1800، الله يقويهم. طيب، والآن ندخل على المراكز الثلاثة الأولى واللي هم بحسب تقييم لجنة التحكيم. المركز الثالث حسب تقييم لجنة التحكيم فريق انرجي. ألف مبروك فريق انرجي، يعطيكم العافية. وفي المركز الثاني صراحة أنا جدا مصدوم، يعني صراحة مثل ما توقعت صراحة، ما نبقى إني توقعت صراحة جدا. هذه النتائج يعني رهيبة وكلهم يستاهلون صراحة، وجدا مبسوط لهم جميعا. في المركز الثاني على حسب تصويت لجنة التحكيم الفريق الفائز هو فريق فكرة نواف. ألف مبروك، ما شاء الله. الفرق اللي كانوا معنا أونلاين أدائهم جدا كان ممتاز، الله يقويهم. طيب، ألف مبروك فريق فكرة. طيب، وخلصنا هنا، ما يحتاج، يعطيكم العافية. في المركز أبشر ورانا دوام بكرة. طيب، وبالمركز الأول والفائز حسب لجنة التحكيم هو فريق درم رول. ما في درم رول؟ ألف مبروك الفريق فز. ألف شكر لجميع الفرق، وشكرا الدكتور، يعطيك ألف عافية. يعطيكم ألف عافية. كلمة أخيرة قبل ما نختم هذا اليوم الجميل. مرة أخرى أعيد وأكرر، يوم جدا جميل ورائع. شفنا نتائج عمل 11 أسبوع، مرة أخرى نذكرها. عمل الإنجازات هذا أنا جدا صراحة معجب فيه، وجد واجتهاد. الفرق الفائزة، كل الفرق الفائزة اليوم ألف مبروك لكم، لكن كل الفرق أنتم أيضا لكم ألف مبروك، لأنكم حصلتوا على المعرفة والعلم، خرجتوا من دائرة الراحة، بحثتوا عن هذه المعلومات، وهذه بإذن الله الحلول إن شاء الله يوما ما سوف نراها يعني واقع يوما ما. وأنا مؤمن بأن كل الشباب اليوم والشابات أنه لهم مستقبل مشرق بهذا البلد العظيم. وأنا محظوظ فعلا يعني، وبالنيابة عن فريق العمل أنا محظوظ جدا أني أعمل مع مثل هذا النوع من الشباب. أنا صراحة يعني كل يوم أفخر إني مع مثل هذا الكالبر العظيم اللي حنا نعمل معه. فألف شكر لكم وألف مبروك لي إني أعمل معكم. شكرا جزيلا. وقبل ما أودعكم عندي سؤال لكم أنتم الحضور ولجنة التحكيم. نسمع وتشير الكثير من الدراسات أنه حنا الآن نعيش في أرض قاعدة تتهالك يوم بعد يوم، قاعدة تنقص عمرها، وكل يوم بسبب الأشياء اللي حنا كإنسان نعمل فيها ونستغلها بطريقة غير مناسبة. قاعدين نوصل لمراحل يعني تخوف. فهذا اليوم شفنا 10 حلول قاعدة تصب وتهدف إلى الأهداف المستدامة، واللي هي أساساً قاعدة تحاول أنه ما تخلينا نوصل مثل هذه المراحل، وتحسن من جودة الحياة وتحسن من معيشتنا. فسؤالي هو لكم، وهذا طبعاً اللي يعني حالياً رؤية 2030 والجهات الحكومية والجهات الخاصة داخلياً وعالمياً تحاول توصل له، أنه نوصل لهذه الأهداف ونعيش بمكان صالح للعيش بصحة وسلام وجودة أفضل. فسؤالي هو، ما هو دوركم أنتم في التحسين في هذا الكون قبل ما نوصل لمثل هذه المراحل اللي صعب نرجع منها؟ بإذن الله الحلول اللي شفناها اليوم يوما ما نشوفها واقع، ولعلها اليوم أضاءت بعض الأفكار الجميلة لكم. السلام عليكم، وشكرا جزيلا لحضوركم واستماعكم، وألف شكر. مع السلامة. تصبحون على خير. دكتور ألف مبروك، يعطيك العافية. ألف مبروك أستاذ أفنان، يعطيك العافية. الله يخليك.